Chapter 1004. Keep your head up. The Anababa goddess was on the verge of tears. That was the literal meaning of the sentence. Due to the high temperature, the water in her body had long evaporated, and naturally, she could not shed any tears. Flames emerged from every pore on her body, and Kaji Luna quickly turned into a human-shaped torch. As soon as he finished, Klugake and Kugobayag fled a great distance away as if they were flying. Although they were gods, their incarnations could not be fearless of fire. This was the rule, and it had nothing to do with strength or weakness. On the contrary, the incarnations of the Devil's Expedition that came out of Hellgate Fortress were not affected by fire. The Batsu people were naturally immune to fire. Back then, Barzub could easily suppress an abomination like Phaeton because the demons in the Nine Hells were not afraid of fire. Even if an abomination with the divinity of fire escaped from the underground of Maladomini, it would be difficult for it to cause any damage. No, I have to save myself. At this critical moment, Kaji Luna's brain began to work quickly. She immediately came up with an idea. Ignoring the burns on her body, she used her two palms to press down on the breasts that grew out of thin air on her chest. That was the manifestation of Phaeton in her god's kingdom. Kaji Luna shook her body hard and pressed down on the manifestation, slowly moving it from her chest to her lower abdomen. A god's incarnation was only a god's skin, although it looked lifelike on the outside. In fact, except for a few gods with personalities, most gods would not bother to arrange internal organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidney, and other internal organs in their incarnations. There was no need for it because it was too troublesome. However, Kaji Luna now felt that it was better to be a little more troublesome. Originally, the Anababa goddess body was filled with some kind of solution, which was exactly the same as what she had been cooking in the cauldron. Now, under her deliberate guidance and divine power, her body began to divide into different kinds of organs. Now, when the prepared organs were basically differentiated, Kaji Luna steeled her heart and pushed Phaeton's manifestation into the depths of her lower abdomen. The weird thing that looked like half a vagina and half a tumor was slapped into the egg nest that the Anababa goddess had built in her body. The flames burning on his body suddenly disappeared, but his avatar also quickly shriveled up. Kaji Luna was simulating the process of childbirth. Moreover, he also used divine power to speed up the process. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the divine abomination fetus absorbed more than 70% of the nutrients in the body of the incarnation mother, and it was rapidly approaching complete development. Come out! This Anababa goddess's actions were truly ruthless towards herself. Although the lack of nutrients in the incarnation was not a big deal, and it could be replenished with a small amount of divine power, the pain of childbirth would not be reduced at all. Even though he had sped up the process, it was still a divine abomination fetus that was born from the body, and one could imagine how difficult it was. With a thunder-like sound, a fetus that looked like a burning ball of coal spun and came into the world of ashes. As soon as it came into contact with the air, flames that were several meters long burst out around the ball of coal. In an instant, the fetus that looked like coal was burned to ashes, leaving only the flames contained within. Phaeton was born from Kaji Luna's body. When he first entered Kaji Luna's god's kingdom, he was still red, but now he was showing a touch of blue. In the kingdom of the Anababa goddess, he had ignited the souls of hundreds and thousands of petitioners and received nutrients from the incarnation of God. Phaeton, who had experienced 2 birth processes, had now plundered more divine power. The divine spark in his body had become more vigorous, and his strength had entered the middle-aged stage. Kaji Luna gave birth to a divine abomination just before the battle. This scene was really eye-opening. The incarnation of God, the Lord of Hell, the only demon the ordinary Batsu warriors from the lower world, and the sea goblins who had been summoned were all stunned. Heavenly beauty? What the F***CK? Is this even possible? However, although she was beautiful, Kaji Luna, who had gone through the process of childbirth, was inevitably greatly damaged. Even if she was a true god and could use divine power to repair her body, what she had done just now was not enough to kill her. What was worse was that Kaji Luna now had an evil son. Divine abominations were the wrong products that were born with strong resentment. They hated everything in the world, and the ones who made them hate were the gods, especially those who had given birth to divine abominations. Originally, although Phaeton had wreaked havoc in the god's kingdom of the ghost nanny goddess, he could still be suppressed or expelled. But now that Kaji Luna had given birth to him, Phaeton suddenly became this god's mortal enemy. Without any hesitation, after adapting to the rules of the world of ashes, this Phaeton instantly pounced on Kaji Luna. "Protect my soul. Hrughek, you owe me money. We're even." Kaji Luna roared. In her current state, the ghost nanny goddess did not dare to confront the divine abomination. She once again hardened her heart and directly abandoned the body of her incarnation. She used her divinity to restrain her divine power, then wrapped her divine soul and escaped from the body. The blue fireball hit the divine abomination at once, and the divine abomination burned. However, this was, after all, the incarnation of a god. Even if Phaeton sacrificed his own body to burn it, it would take a long time to completely turn it into ashes. And this was exactly the result that Kaji Luna wanted. Although the divine abomination Phaeton was powerful, his intelligence might not be as good as the mortals who lacked intelligence. After igniting the divine abomination's body, he felt that he was hurting the god. He would maintain this state until the god was completely burned out. Then he would change his target to attack. During this time, if Kaji Luna's divine soul was protected by Hrughek, then in theory, she could completely create a new body for herself. She would also be an incarnation, and she would still be able to exert her own strength. As the saying went, it's better to have a short pain than a long pain. She would only lose some divine power, but at least she would not have to endure any more pain in her new body. Although the god of bugbears was not a reliable ally, he still knew his priorities. In addition, the ghost nanny goddess did have some skills in dealing with Barzub, so he felt that it would be beneficial for him to protect the ghost nanny goddess's divine soul. However, just as he was about to take Kaji Luna's divine soul to his side, an indescribable wave of power was suddenly exerted on the divine abomination's divine soul, which was wrapped in divine power. Soul? Ha ha ha, it's the soul of a god. You really want to give me a big gift. The lord of the flying insects, who had already become one with the spirit-binding tower, was so excited that he could not control himself when he saw Kaji Luna abandon her body. As long as the spirit-binding tower captured this divine soul, not only would the ghost nanny goddess fall today, but the consumption of his divine power when he cast the spell would also be greatly compensated. To him, this was simply the surprise of being hit in the face by an airdrop. Chapter 1005. Barbados was attacking like crazy. Even now, Barzub didn't take this little bug seriously. He was focused on digesting the souls he'd accidentally captured. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even as an archdevil of Bator, he'd never gained so much in a single day. My efforts to fuse with the soul-shackling tower and being exiled from the 9 prisons of Bator were not in vain. Thoughts surged in the bug's mind. He was still a Batsa-devil at the end of the day. His instincts on the side of order made him habitually calculate in terms of input and output when he thought about problems and planned his actions. With so many gains, the anger he'd felt from the blow to his pride dissipated. Even his attitude towards Barbados was much calmer now. "Scram, you ain't. A mere lone devil isn't worth my time." Barzub's voice was filled with disdain, covering tens of kilometers. However, his declaration was like a slap to Barbados's face in front of the Legion of the Devil. On top of that, he had offended the other unique devils as well. In that instant, tens of demons with strange appearances that differed from those of the original Batsu Ascension echelon let out furious roars. They were more powerful than ordinary pit fiends. According to the Codex of Bator, the Lord of the Nine Hells, every single one of them had the right to challenge and replace an archdevil of Bator. The reason these lone devils hadn't been conferred titles by other archdevils was because they had higher aspirations. They didn't care about titles like dukes. In other words, every single one of them was conceited. Barzub, you're too arrogant. You rotten vested interest. What are you being so arrogant for? I can replace you. Without any pre-battle mobilization, these lone devils joined the battle between Barzub and Barbados. While they weren't helping Barbados, they'd still lessened the pressure on him. These unruly fellows, don't make a mistake. The Duke of Maroda, a subordinate of Lord Despat, had just stepped out of Hellgate Fortress when he saw the demons attacking without permission. His heart couldn't help but tighten. His lordship had given him the order to manage this group of devils, but now they were obviously out of control. However, just as he was fretting over whether he should send his 30 elite companies of barbed demons to forcefully reorganize those fellows, Despat transmitted a magical message to Dis from across Hellgate Fortress. Don't worry about them. These guys are expendable to begin with. Just help the expeditionary army open up a battlefield and prepare for the general attack. Understood, Great Master. Miroda's eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism. He excitedly let out a wolf-like howl. Attention, all corps commanders. Change the formation, modify the battlefield, and prepare for the general attack. In Purgatory, the word general attack had a special meaning. This word would only be used in a charge to the death in a blood battle. At that time, it often meant that the devils would launch an attack without regard for anything else. And this kind of without regard for anything else usually had two prerequisites. First, all logistical supplies were close to none. The Batsa Devil had no room for tactics or strategies, and could only fight to the death to inflict heavy losses on the enemy. Second, it was the opposite of the first condition. When the logistical supplies were sufficient or even overflowed, the Batsu Devil would not consider any price or sacrifice in exchange for the final victory. Miroda knew that his master had been planning for thousands of years to kill Barzub, this old enemy. For this battle, Lord Despat was fully prepared. Then, the meaning of the general attack was obvious. After that, Hellgate Castle would have an endless stream of devil expeditionary armies, until the Lord of the Flying Insects, Baalzeb, was completely annihilated in the insignificant material plane of the Ash world. As the Devil Duke of the second layer of Dis, Miroda had not participated in many blood battles, and it was estimated that he would not do so in the future. Thus, he had never experienced a general attack before, which could be said to be a vast and grand battle scene. This battle to eliminate Barzub was perhaps the only time in his life that he could personally witness, participate, and even command a general attack. How could this not make him excited? In theory, the life of a devil did not have an upper limit. However, because of the order and system of Maroda, there were still many things that they could not experience. Thus, the following experience was incomparably precious to him, as expected of the far-sighted Lord Despat. When Barzub saw those unique devils, he only thought of taking turns to fight. He was at most on the first layer, and Lord Despat used these unique devils only to buy some time for the Legion of the Devil to change the terrain of the battlefield to gain more advantages. This kind of military strategy is undoubtedly from the perspective of the second layer. Miroda's heart was filled with endless admiration. He'd already spread out the 30 companies of elite barbed devils to act as his messengers. With the help of the master-servant contract he'd signed with each of them, Maroda could establish instant communication with each of them as he wished. These barbed devils, on the other hand, would follow the commanders of each legion, transmitting Maroda's orders at any time and place on the battlefield. Like a highly efficient machine, the Legion of the Devil had a unified command, and each of them began to perform their duties. First of all, they did not care about the unique devils that were fighting Barzab to the death, nor did they care about the 2 goblin gods who were stunned by the sudden death of the Anababa goddess. Even Phaeton, who was floating in the air and using the Anababa goddess avatar as fuel, was ignored by the devils. They focused on changing the terrain of the battlefield. 9 powerful pit fiends, each of them a legion commander, simultaneously used the meteor burst spell once a day. 9 burning meteors fell from the sky like comets from outer space, rumbling towards the seabed. Under the exquisite control of the pit fiends, these meteors seemed to be relayed to the weakest parts of the seabed, finally triggering a volcanic eruption. Blazing magma suddenly burst forth, causing the seawater within a few kilometers to boil. When the magma slowly solidified, a small island that spanned several tens of square kilometers appeared in the ashen world. This was because Hellgate Castle had been precisely located in the center of the island. Once the island was formed, the warriors of the Devil's Expedition who'd walked out of Hellgate Castle could quickly arrange themselves into formations on the island through the tunnels that their predecessors had dug out. The wizard towers, Hellscream, and other heavy weapons they brought along also had a platform that they could rely on to assemble them. They were quickly building their embryonic forms. Chapter 1006. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of sea goblins summoned by the goblin god of slaves, Cugbiag, the Devil Expeditionary Army that walked out of Hellgate Fortress was far superior in terms of individual strength, obedience, and equipment. As an army of the 9 hells, they weren't just warriors. They were also skilled craftsmen. The islands that appeared out of thin air were quickly shaved off with magic, turning into platforms suitable for setting up various weapons. The steel devils were foot soldiers of the Legion of Devils. They sheathed their steel swords, and each steel devil could carry a Hellscream cannon. Those devils who could use more spell-like abilities could easily construct the outer shell of a mage tower, and then let the devils with stronger spellcasting abilities activate it. Large numbers of lesser devils were driven away by imps, rushing into the scorching pool of flesh and blood. Under the power of magic, they were quickly fused into giant beasts that could be used to wage war. Barbed devils carried steel plates that were still hot from the furnace of hell and added armor to these giant beasts, as well as various weapons and equipment. In just half an hourglass, the island platform that the Legion of the Devil was on was densely packed with all sorts of war weapons. Not only that, but the number of pit fiends that were the commanders of the Legion increased as well. They worked together to trigger volcanic eruptions at the bottom of the sea, creating even more platforms. These islands that appeared out of thin air formed a ring-shaped chain of islands, some of which were even linked together. They surrounded Barzab, who was fighting a lone devil. For the sake of efficiency, they didn't send out troops to gather materials like they did when conquering other material planes. Instead, they relied completely on the logistics provided by Hell's Gate when they were setting up their base. Naturally, such a huge commotion could not be hidden from the eyes of the Lord of the Flying Insects. In fact, they did not intend to hide it. Barzab could not help but sigh. Disbat, who owns Dis, the largest city in the 9 hells of Bartholomew, is really rich. Apart from setting up their base, the Legion of the Devil also sealed off the sea within a few hundred kilometers. Even the avatars of the 2 goblin gods weren't allowed to leave without permission. In the blink of an eye, the god of bugbears and the god of goblin slavery realized that no matter how they sent messages to their potential ally, Despot, he only responded with silence. When they wanted to use teleportation spells to open up some distance or fly away from the blockade, multiple pit fiends would appear in front of them. As avatars of gods, killing a dozen pit fiends wasn't difficult, but they didn't dare to do so now. More than 100 pit fiends had walked out of Hellgate Citadel, and the number of them had already exceeded 100. On top of that, the devils were rapidly building new Hell's Gate fortresses on the island chain. One after another, pit fiend commanders led their soldiers into the ashen world like a steady stream of water. After an hourglass, all the battle platforms on the island chain were filled with devils. Even if the lesser devils and imps who didn't have any battle prowess weren't included, the Devil's Expedition already had a force of over 1 million. According to the Legion of Devils, every 5,000 devils formed a legion, and there were more than 200 pit fiends as commanders. What kind of terrifying military power was this? It had to be known that when conquering a material plane, if one pursued benefits rather than efficiency, it was theoretically possible to send out a single pit fiend to conquer a small material plane, as long as one was willing to spend enough time. Even in the Rift Plains, where the Devil Army was engaged in a bloody battle with the demons, the number of times 100 pit fiends were sent out could be counted on one hand. Even Keyes, who had been using his gravitational waves to observe the situation, couldn't help but click his tongue. This is even greater than the 2 times I've been to the front lines. However, the young blue dragon wasn't too alarmed. After all, he was no longer the same person as before. The scale of perpetual order under his command had spread across many planes. In terms of wealth, he wasn't necessarily afraid of these devils who'd climbed out of the second layer of the 9 prisons of Bader. What's more, the Ash World was his headquarters. While the demons were training their troops, the Scales of Eternity Merchant Guild's war mobilization was also constantly being implemented. The key to this war is still the outcome of the battle between the strongest on both sides. Keyes' horizons were much higher than the average devils. Thus, he knew that even though the devils were making a ruckus, even the 2 goblin avatars had been restricted by them. They could only play the role of thugs. But in reality, this was just a facade. Although the Legion of Devils had great destructive power, the level of their destructive power couldn't determine their strength. Although Hrughek and Kugobeag couldn't compare to the Legion of the Devil, they were still gods after all. Their level of life was naturally much higher than that of ordinary devils. The second Lord Despot had left them here instead of letting the Devil's Expedition launch an indiscriminate attack to destroy or banish their avatars from the Ashen World. It was obvious that he wanted to make use of them in the future. Similarly, there was also the group of unique devils who were now fighting to the death with Barzub. Although Muroda thought that Despot was on the second level and that the unique devils were just consumables, it didn't matter whether they were used in a war of attrition or a war of attrition. But in reality, the Second Lord's real thoughts were probably more than that. It should be known that the Code of Hell that the Master of the 9 Hells Astamors had created was not just for show. Although the unique devils were also ordinary creatures, they actually had the authority to kill the Lord of Hell when they challenged him. Even though the expedition army made up of ordinary devils could explode with attacks that were far more powerful than the unique devils, they could only weaken Barzub infinitely. They couldn't completely annihilate him, or even completely annihilate him. Since Despot had invited these unique devils to the Ashen World through deception or threats, he definitely wanted to use them to their fullest potential. Moreover, these unique devils weren't all fools. It had been nearly 2 hourglasses since Barbados had rushed out of Hellgate Fortress and launched a mad dog attack on Barzub, but none of them had actually died. Of course, Barzub was conserving his strength, but more importantly, these unique devils were actually very careful. Even the mad dog Barbados seemed to be squandering his strength, but in fact, he had more than one trick up his sleeve. There was a tacit understanding between them. Although Despot might or might not have communicated with them, these guys who could really pose a fatal threat to Barzub were actually acting according to a big plan. Weaken Barzub as much as possible, then deal the final blow. Keyes, who was in the state of quantum observer, saw the order at a glance. Logically speaking, this is indeed a very good plan. However, now that Barzub has absorbed the soul of the goddess of Hag, it's hard to say what will happen in the end. Chapter 1007. Looking at things from the perspective of the quantum observer, Keyes had already summed up some experiences. If he had to describe it with words, it was as if there were countless flare bubbles bursting in front of his eyes every second. A large amount of information was contained in these flare bursting continuously, and only Quest needed to decipher it. This information only existed for a moment, as if it would change the moment it was observed. It was with the help of the breaking of the flares and the transition of energy that Keyes could understand it in a very short period of time. Fortunately, advancing and discarding had a nature-defying active self-adaptation feature. After the young blue dragon tried to interpret and failed again and again, he slowly summed up the pattern and began to be able to see through some of the principles. For example, the information about Barzub, the overlord of flying insects. In the beginning, he was like an unlucky guy. Nothing went well, and the probability of his death was more than 80 to 90%. However, when he absorbed Kaji Luna's soul, Barzub gradually showed signs of becoming a lucky guy. Many of the crises that were likely to happen in the future disappeared out of thin air, and his current state was even more imposing. This, I tricked the Anababa goddess, which seems to have objectively helped Barzub, Keyes thought to himself. But I actually didn't want to do that. There's no reason to let this guy who took the lead to cause trouble in the Ash world benefit. After all, when I become an adult, I will definitely have a fight with him. In an instant, Keyes decided to do something to make up for some of the errors that he had accidentally caused before. After all, Barzub now had too many advantages, and he needed to balance them. Carefully, the young blue dragon strongly observed the flares fed back by the gravitational waves. He already knew that, just like the action and reaction forces in classical mechanics for a quantum observer, this forceful observation method was also a means of interference. Keyes could feed back the information he wanted to show through observation. Keyes strongly observed for 2 seconds. Then a Hellgate fortress that was connected to the 9 prisons of Bader exploded like a blowout. Then a large amount of hellish aura blasted out, knocking the nearby demon warriors off their feet and hitting their target like an arrow. They hit the lone Barbados, because it was actually quite difficult to change the various probabilities of Barzub, who was in a state of good luck. Keyes did the opposite and used quantum observation on Barbados, who was in a bad luck. This kind of indirect method of influence was easier and more cost-effective than directly affecting Barzub. That's right, it was worth it. After all, even the multiverse where magic, spiritual energy, and many other unscientific systems existed had to abide by the law of conservation of mass and energy. Through forceful observation, to change the probabilities of the development of things also required some energy. Previously in the bottomless abyss, Keyes used quantum breath to directly annihilate the tyrant worm, a lord of the abyss and a god. At that time, he drank a lot of water from the Nether River to quickly replenish the energy needed to use quantum breath. And now, although he had comprehended a more advanced method of interference, it did not mean that he could use it without any loss. So far, Keyes could at most transfer the energy lost to other beings and not himself. Just now, the reason why he had 2 seconds of observation time was actually because he had to find a source of energy to pay for the matter of changing reality. Of course, It was impossible for him to calculate all the parameters in just 1 second. In fact, he had only set up such a temporary transfer rule. Then, this was the multiverse automatically choosing the 9 prisons of Bader as the payment for the sake of self-justification, reasonableness. The Hellgate Fortress was connected to a corner of Lord Despat's private training ground. A large number of high-explosive ammunition for the Hellscream cannons were piled up there, ready to be transported to the Ashen World. Coincidentally, next to it was the sole prism that Despat had prepared for the army, which would be part of the military expenditure. Perhaps it was because of the improper operation of the transport personnel, or perhaps the logistics department did not check carefully because of cheating, resulting in defective shells being mixed in with other shells. In short, the defective shell exploded and caused a chain explosion of other shells, and in the end, the sole prism, which was used as the military expenditure, was also reimbursed. The violent explosion destroyed the Hellgate Fortress, and at the same time, it also wrapped in souls that could be used as 1/5 of the Legion of the Devil's military expenditure and filled the body of Barbados, directly providing him with an unimaginable new power. The battle that had been in a stalemate for a long time suddenly changed with the sudden influx of this power. At first, among the group of demons that Despat had tricked or threatened into coming, Barbados was the most anxious to kill Barzub, but he was definitely not the most powerful champion. Otherwise, he would not have been chased away like a fly by Barzub when he transformed into a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun, and could not cause any substantial damage to his opponent. However, after freeloading 1/5 of the Legion of the Devil's military expenditure, it should be noted that the covenant of absolute beginning that the Astamores had signed with the Order Gods and souls were great supplements that could provide substantial power for the demons. Barbados's current state was as if he had been injected with stimulants, and he seemed to have endless strength at every moment. Even if it was just an illusion, it did not affect the fact that Barbados's power had increased. Originally, he only had a few attack effects, such as Shroud and Slice in his sandstorm state, but now he had more modes out of nowhere. Barbados's body suddenly reconstructed in the sky like a living sandstorm, and he silently chanted a spell, Rain of Sand. The billions of grains of sand that were surrounding and slicing Barzub instantly seemed to be affected by gravity in the opposite direction, and they accelerated towards the sky and gathered at the top of the sky to form a huge cloud that was completely composed of grains of sand. Immediately after, thousands of thin lines made of grains of sand fell from the cloud to the ground, smashing towards the insect Lord Barzub, who was right below the cloud. With the effect of the gravitational potential and the continuous replenishment of the grains of sand from the cloud to increase the mass of the thin lines, the destructive power of the rain made of grains of sand increased crazily every second as they fell. This was much more terrifying than the damage caused by the circling slash earlier. Chapter 1008. Damned Ant. Barzub roared furiously. Because his upper body had turned into rock, it wasn't as tough as his original body of flesh and blood. As a result, the sand rain had pierced through many holes, making it bumpy, and not smooth at all. This might sound inconceivable, but a body of rock wasn't as tough as a body of flesh and blood. But that was the reality. The strength of an archdevil's true body had long surpassed the imagination of mortals. Their flesh and blood were harder than rock. However, because of the fallen ghost nanny goddess Kaji Luna, Barzub's perfect body had been damaged by the curse. Thus, he had no choice but to turn his upper body into rock due to his pride. Actually, he didn't have to do that at all. After all, the curse of ugliness that had acne and other things like acne and pimples wouldn't have any substantial effect on his strength. Instead, he would only be slightly injured if he turned into rock and was pierced through by the sand rain, and then turned back. Mako, where the hell did you go? Help me withstand this sand rain. Barzab roared in Infernal. Of course, he wasn't the kind of person who relied on roars to deal damage. At the same time he spoke, his rock arms stretched out several kilometers and grabbed the unreal demon that was fighting with the other unreal demons, throwing him into the sand cloud in the sky. As expected, the desolate demon, whose confidence had soared as his strength increased, saw Mako appear in the sky as if he had teleported. In that instant, he had the idea of quickly killing this devil that was on the same level as him to establish his might flaunt. As he controlled the sand cloud to send down more sand rain to wash over the flying insect overlord, he pulled one or two of the fine lines of sand rain to his hand. In no time at all, he created a spear made of thousands of sand particles. Dimensional anchor. Barbados took the initiative to attack. Relying on the fact that he had become an unreal demon thousands of years before Mako, he quickly used a spell-like ability to seal his teleportation ability. Then, the desolate devil in the clouds did not make any adjustments and just casually threw the sand spear at the unreal devil. Because the tail end of the sand spear was connected to the fine line of sand rain, as long as its kinetic energy did not dissipate, Barbados could actually control the fine line of sand rain to fine-tune it at will. Another slug. Ha ha ha. Barbados laughed crazily. It won't be long before you and your master turn into minced meat. Under the control of the only desolate devil, the sharp sand spear began to tremble with a rustling sound. Just like a high-frequency weapon, it gave the weapon an even stronger penetrating power through high-frequency vibration. Mako, who was suddenly thrown up to block the sand rain, was undoubtedly hit by the sand spear. The thick spear pierced through his body. In the next second, the sand spear seemed to have been detonated from the inside. It exploded into thousands of sand strands that were as thin as a cow's hair. With a whoosh, they weaved back and forth in the unreal devil's body. Some of them swam through the gaps in Mako's body, some simply charged around, and some kept pouring sand into Mako's body. Many bumps suddenly appeared on the surface of the unreal devil's body. Some of the bumps even exploded with a bang, spurting out a lot of body fluids mixed with sand. There were a total of 10 mouths on both sides of his body, and now they were all spitting out sand. With just a simple shaping spell, the sand spear, and with enough magic power to control it, Barbados simulated the damage that was similar to the internal explosion spell. This scene made the other unreal demons click their tongues in amazement. But like this, the unreal devil still can't die. The one who openly voiced his doubts was the god of the bugbear goblin, who had been watching the battle since the opening of the Hell Gate fortress. This god named Hrughek had previously created a bugbear goblin, the Lord of Fear, to fight against the unreal devil Mako. Therefore, he knew how tenacious this slug-shaped unreal devil was. The god's attention and confusion made Barbados feel even more honored. Even a god can't understand. The true body of the only desolate devil appeared below the sand cloud. He had 2 pairs of arms on his body. He was tall, but he looked a little skinny. Take a good look, ignorant god. The demon bent down, and a 10-foot-long machete appeared in each of his 4 palms out of thin air. He looked very much like a 4-blade swordsman that only appeared in comics. Profound meaning of flying sand dance whirling slash. Barbados turned into a living sandstorm again. However, the weapon in his hand did not disappear this time. Instead, it followed the sandstorm and fell from the sky in an extremely strange way. It landed on the body of the unreal devil, who was pierced by the sand spear in midair. The long blade danced, leaving only a flash of light. When Barbados condensed again, he retracted his blade and stood still. He appeared behind the unreal devil. At the same time, Mako's body, which was several times larger than the only desolate devil, seemed to have a bomb that was suddenly detonated. Bang! 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 Clumps of flesh and blood exploded out. These were actually the flesh and blood that had just been cut to pieces by the only desolate devil after tens of thousands of continuous slashes. The reason why they exploded when they fell off was because Barbados's power was reflected back into the unreal devil's body. Ma Ko's good flesh and blood could actually withstand this power. However, the skin and muscles on the surface of his body that had been cut to the point of necrosis naturally exploded under the impact of the rebound. Then, how much flesh and blood had been cut to pieces? The most direct manifestation was that Ma Ko's body was now less than a third of its original size. The surface of the unreal devil's body was now a membrane of flesh and blood that wrapped around his internal organs. It was as if he had been cut to pieces and could die at any time. Go to hell, you slug! Barbados laughed savagely. Under the gaze of millions of the legion of the devil, 2 incarnations of gods, and 2 lords of hell, the unreal devil had completed his magnificent performance. It could be said that the unreal devil was now very satisfied. In order to finish what he had started, he used his innate spell, Withering Curse, on Ma Ko, together with the fine sand threads that had been deeply rooted in the unreal devil's body. Barbados began to squeeze the water out of the enemy's body. I like to squeeze my enemies dry. First, I'll make you into a dried worm. Later, I'll make that big worm below you into a dried worm too. He looked in the direction of the legion of the devil and announced excitedly, "You guys are lucky today. When that big slug turns into a dried worm, you minions might be able to have a taste too. Ha ha ha." Chapter 1009. Ma Ko was panicking now. He felt like he was going to die again. Why did he say again? Naturally, it was because he had already died once before. After making a deal with the devil, the unlucky pharaoh of Medica was caught by the contract and sold his soul cheaply to the 7th lord of hell. Fortunately, Barzub had resurrected him. Not only that, but because he was really short of manpower, Barzub had also specially strengthened the soul in his hands, which had a unique origin from the Ashes Plane, several times. Compared to the other devils who had fallen into hell, reincarnated as Batsu, and then bitterly climbed to a higher level, Ma Ko's luck could be described as ridiculously good. The moment he was reincarnated, he became a senior devil like the Demon of Delusion. Not long after, he was not punished even though he did not fight well against the Earth Spirit Bear god of fear. Instead, he was promoted by Barzub to become the only devil. However, this kind of rocket-like promotion was, after all, overly excessive. Ma Ko, who had not eaten the hardships of a low-level devil for thousands of years, did not have the state of mind to match his power. Even if he was now the only devil, when facing other unique devils, the power he displayed was not worthy of the name. He was just like a younger brother. However, it was also because of this that he would obediently hug the thigh of the supreme leader, Barzub. Even if the latter wanted him to be a shield, this guy would still gladly endure the hardship. Of course, only a crying child would have milk to drink. Ma Ko was never the kind of tough guy who would swallow his broken teeth. Under Barbados' continuous attacks, he was on the verge of death. He decisively asked for help from Barzub without hesitation. "My lord, help. I can still continue to fight for you. Please give me a chance." If it were any other time, or if other subordinates asked for help like this, Barzub could not be bothered to care about their life and death. However, now that the winged insect overlord was short on manpower, he really could not allow a good-for-nothing like Ma Ko to die just like that. "Idiot!" Barzub shouted angrily. "Not only is he the only phony demon, but he's also pharaoh of the Medici Empire. In the Ash world, you still have the power of inheritance from the ancient kingdom to use. So how can you not be able to defeat an ant like the desolate devil? Oh, right. How could I forget about this? In fact, the reason was very simple. Ma Ko's current state was like opening a Smurf account in the game, but he had forgotten that he had previously bound the device. In fact, his soul could still be recognized by the Ashen world. In other words, he did not need Barzub's help at all. When this guy tried to use the power of the hero king that belonged to Pharaoh's inheritance, the mysterious power that had been passed down in the Medici Empire for thousands of years still gave him feedback immediately, using gravitational waves to observe this scene. Even though he was in the state of the quantum observer, Keyes could not help but curl his lips. You're really smart. If it weren't for the Medici Empire being destroyed not long ago, and the legend represented by the title Pharaoh had not been forgotten by the world, Ma Ko would have been unable to tarnish that power long ago. That's right, it was tarnished, the literal kind. In the Medici language, Pharaoh meant the guardian of the palace, and king meant the model of the people. When combined, Pharaoh was the guardian of the palace and the person who represents the people. In Medici culture, this title not only represented the pinnacle of power, but also emphasized the responsibilities that the person who bore this title had to bear. The Ashen world was a place abandoned by the gods. The faith produced here could not be transmitted to the divine kingdom to provide power for the gods. However, just as the spellcasters of the Ashen world could use the power of the soul to cast soul-binding spells, and use the life force of other creatures to cast spells in a way similar to corruption spells, the power of faith was also flexible. Medici had been passed down for thousands of years. Every generation of Pharaoh was a hero in the hearts of the people. Although this faith could not promote them to gods due to the particularities of the plane, it could also give them great power. Keyes had witnessed 2 generations of Pharaoh using this power to fight the demon lords from the abyss. Even if Ma Ko lost the second time to Yinagu, the king of gnolls, it was only because he had only been a pharaoh for a short time, and because he had integrated the magic power of the Grand Vader. His power of faith was not pure enough. In all fairness, even from the macroscopic perspective of the entire multiverse, there were not many mortals who could fight with the demon lords. It could be seen that the power mastered by the generations of Pharaoh was actually quite powerful. After Barzub's advice, Ma Ko immediately became enlightened. As soon as he mobilized that power, the power of faith contributed by the people of the Medici Empire gave him feedback. His body, which was on the verge of collapse, immediately stopped collapsing and began to condense again. What's going on? Originally, the desolate demon Barbados was still clamoring, wanting to squeeze the illusionary demon Marco dry into a dried worm. However, his bold words were slapped in the face not long after he said them. Don't struggle, die obediently. Barbados howled, and the long sword in one of his hands suddenly disappeared. This hand clenched into a fist and hit Ma Ko's gradually healing body hard. Secret technique, Red Lotus wrist. Under the effect of the spell, from his wrist to his palm, it first turned into sand, and then the sand suddenly turned into some kind of flammable and explosive substance. Due to the pressure brought by the punch, the substance was detonated at once. With a loud rumbling sound, Ma Ko's body was blown away in an instant, as if he had been directly hit by a heavy artillery. A huge hole the size of a normal human appeared on Ma Ko's body. But even so, even if the damage was so great because he had regained the power of faith, Ma Ko still survived. At the same time, with the help of the recoil from the explosion, his body flew hundreds of meters away, pulling away from Barbados. You're wrong. The 10 mouths of the unreal demon roared at the same time. You're the one who deserves to die. Dozens of water pillars erupted from the boiling sea. The seawater poured into Ma Ko's body, which was riddled with holes. From the texture of his muscles, the blood vessels in his body, the gaps in his body under Mako's own control. The seawater pushed the sand that the desolate demon had injected into his body bit by bit, slowly expelling it. In this way, the unreal demon Mako was no longer restrained by the strange sand and gradually regained the initiative of his body. Chapter 10:10. Unlike when he fought Yinagu in Bite City, there was not so much yellow sand on the sea. Furthermore, the sand created by the desolate demon Barbados using the magic power of hell would not listen to his orders. Therefore, Mako could only choose to control the seawater to help him. In fact, this great power that belonged to the guardian of the world of ashes, similar to the power of faith, could only exert limited power in the hands of mortals. This power was very similar to divine power, and it also had the amazing effect of changing reality. However, due to the limitations of the knowledge and vision of mortals, it was often impossible to really exert its power, just like Mako and his father. Although the two pharaoh inherited the ability to control spells from the great Vader, they could not learn the complicated knowledge of spells. When using the power of the guardian, Mako's performance also had this problem. Most of his abilities were limited to macroscopic material conversion and energy emission. In other words, the incredible power of the guardian was only regarded as an omnipotent evocation spell. Against ordinary enemies, this kind of battle mode, which was very similar to a fortress mage, might be able to crush them. But against the demon, this trick was not very effective. After all, ideas such as Fort Sorcerer, Fireball School, and War Spellcaster were actually extreme ideas that were first proposed by some devils on the bloody battlefield. Then, they slowly spread to the various material planes. For example, Batsu, who was at the level of the demon, had been in the 9 prisons of Bader for many years, and most of them were not unfamiliar with these ideas. They both knew how to use them in war and how to deal with them in battle. War and battle were two completely different ways of competing. Of course, relying on the double advantage of the Guardian's quality and quantity, Mako did indeed turn the tables. However, people with discerning eyes could see that Mako's efficiency was very low. It took half a day of effort and squandered a lot of energy, but he did not obtain any substantial benefits. Although Barbados would be injured from time to time and always seemed to be furious, this desolate demon was actually not forced to a dead end once. The anger he showed was either because he was really angry or because he was acting, just like what the desolate devil had said before. He wanted to get rid of Barzab because he had taken a fancy to the Madame and Jing. Although the reason Barbados gave him sounded reasonable, but all the devils present, including Balzeb, clearly felt that the reason for this reason, or the motive for proposing it, was not tenable. The demons generally believed that Barbados had been putting on a one-man show. In fact, Keyes had been observing Barbados all this while. The reason why the young blue dragon chose to influence him and not the other demons was because he saw Barbados' abnormality. Among the various causes and effects that entangled Barbados, there really was a probability that could collapse to the point where it could kill Barzab. However, if he wanted to achieve it, he still needed some external help, apart from Key's influence. There was another factor. The Legion of the Devil was also silently pushing for his development. After a few hourglasses of violent troops, the Legion of the Devil that had advanced from the second level of the 9 prisons of Bader to the Ashen World finally sounded the horn of war. The Duke of Maroda, who had the head of a wolf and the body of a lion, personally struck a war drum made from the skin of a pit fiend, giving the order for an all-out attack. All troops attack. Accompanied by the rumbling of the drums and the deafening sound of the cymbals, the Batsu Devil instantly understood their mission. They began to nervously but methodically enter battle mode. Unless it was a strategic retreat, the demons would rarely use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire in a war. Even on the front lines of the Blood War, when faced with a demon army that was several times or even hundreds of times larger than their own, the demons would slowly build up their advantages. When their advantages were piled up to the peak, they would then defeat the enemy in one go. This time was no exception. The Legion of the Devil had been using Hellgate Castle for 3 to 4 hourglasses of time, gathering more than 3 million soldiers. They actually had the military strength to conquer and occupy a medium to large material plain in a short period of time. Following Maroda's order, more than 500,000 Hellscream cannons opened fire. Huge cannons with diameters of more than 5 feet rumbled loudly, and the force of the explosion propelled bronze cannonballs with diameters of more than a yard. Just this volley of cannonballs had a mass of nearly 1,000,000 tons. If one had to describe it in more direct terms, just this volley of cannonballs had consumed the entire amount of a medium to large copper mine in a material plane. With such a huge consumption, the results would naturally be rather shocking. Apart from the propelling force of the cannonballs, a portion of the energy dissipated into the air when the cannonballs exploded. It was this energy that caused the temperature within a few kilometers to rise by 1 or 2 degrees. This 1 or 2 degrees should not be underestimated. After all, this was a battle at sea. The specific heat capacity of water was very high, and the seawater had already absorbed a lot of heat. Even so, just the explosion of the cannonballs was enough to cause the temperature to rise. In fact, the cannons of the island chain had been reduced to scorched earth the moment the Hellscream cannons opened fire. Fortunately, the Bat-Devil was immune to fire damage. Otherwise, the cannoneers guarding the cannons wouldn't even be able to survive in this furnace environment, let alone continue fighting. This terrifying volley of cannonballs was fired 5 times in a row. The Hellscream cannons temporarily stopped firing. One reason was that they had used up all their ammunition and cannonballs, but the more important reason was that the cannons were showing signs of melting. If they continued firing, the next volley of cannonballs would probably cause hundreds of thousands of lesser and mid-ranked devils to perish. However, the Hellscream cannons had already achieved 2 of the expected effects. First, as the target of the cannonballs, the insect lord had no choice but to revert to its fleshy state. Its rock-like body wasn't strong enough, and if it took the cannonballs head-on, its body would soon crumble. Even though it had already turned into a tough body of flesh and blood, 5 volleys of cannonballs, Barzub was still shaken to the point of spitting out blood. He was seriously injured. Second, many cannonballs fell between the circular island chain's encirclement. The creations that Barzub had hidden there in advance were either killed by the explosion of the hollow cannonballs or by the cannonballs that missed the insect lord and fell into the sea halfway. Almost all of them were wiped out. In the middle of the island chain's encirclement, many miniature islands formed by bronze cannonballs appeared. This made it convenient for the Bat-Devil, who didn't have the ability to fly, to continue advancing. The first attack of the entire army was so terrifying that even Keyes, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing!" Chapter 10-11. They didn't use any spells, nor did they use any powerful beings to fight one-on-one or gang up on them. The devils who entered war mode would always choose the most suitable method and try their best to crush their opponents. The bombardment of more than 500 tons of cannonballs, in addition to the kinetic energy contained within them, was something that neither the gods nor the lords of hell could take on without suffering any injuries. To be honest, the mobilization ability of the Legion of the Devil in this scene was absolutely terrifying. It was to the point that Keyes couldn't help but praise them as truly amazing. However, the young blue dragon didn't feel afraid because of this. Having participated in 2 bloody battles, he had a good understanding of the Bat-Devil and thus knew their weakness. That was The devils were too strong. In terms of individual strength, being strong was definitely not a burden. In fact, the stronger one was the better. However, looking at the problem from the perspective of a group, or at the level of a civilization, being strong wasn't entirely a good thing, but being weak wasn't without merit either. It was just like how the devils naturally had a crushing difference in strength compared to mortals. Fortunately, the devils didn't need to eat to survive. If they were placed in the same food chain as humans, the former would naturally be superior to the latter. However, it was precisely because of this that the devils lost the pressure to advance. To give a simple example, the 5 volleys of cannonballs had directly turned the cannons into an environment like a furnace. Ordinary, unequipped mortals definitely wouldn't be able to survive in such an extreme environment. The devils, who were naturally immune to fire damage, didn't care at all and turned a blind eye to it. The result of this indifference was that the devils rarely purposely improved their technical standards. In their view, those technological innovations were a kind of inefficient behavior in and of itself. Instead of wasting time, wouldn't it be better to occupy a few more material planes and obtain more resources? Wouldn't it be better to harvest more souls from mortals? Unless the enemy's strength was overwhelming, the Legion of Devils rarely changed their equipment and techniques in batches. However, the enemies that the devils usually faced were either demons or mortals from material planes. The former had developed for hundreds of thousands of years, and the boat of chaos floating on the river Styx was their only innovation. As for the latter, it was usually even less impressive. In most cases, a legion of devils of tens of thousands, or at most hundreds of thousands, could easily crush a material plane. Only a very small number of planes that had reached the level of the Netheril civilization could pose a problem to the devils. However, as long as they expanded the scale of the war and invested more than 1 million soldiers, those planes would be powerless to resist the army of the devils. Although it was not a trivial matter for the Batsu people to organize a 1 million-strong legion of devils, it was also not an extremely difficult task. Just like this time when Despat went on a crusade against Barzub, the second Batsu lord had summoned 3 million-strong legion of devils in his own training ground. As for the subsequent reinforcements, the second lord still had the strength to send several more batches of reinforcements into the Ash world. In such a situation, if there were times when they had to face some resistance to war, the demon commanders who valued efficiency would definitely not first think of developing technology or climbing the technological tree, but instead continue to increase their military strength to complete the conquest and occupation. After all, the implementation cost of the latter method was much lower than the former. The devils were quite shrewd. However, in this world, cleverness overcomes cleverness. Because of the loss of competitive pressure due to individual strength, and because the decision-makers were too shrewd and lacked foresight, the development of the Batsu people's civilization had actually fallen into a dead end. They had not met an opponent that they could not compete with before, but this did not mean that there would not be such an opponent in the future, or, to be more bold, in the present. If the resources and energy consumed by the 5 rounds of bombardment of the Legion of Devils were given to the scale of perpetual order, the damage that the Chamber of Commerce's army could cause to Barzub would probably be several times more than that of the Legion of Devils. When the artillery exploded, it caused the surrounding environment to heat up. Wasn't this a sign of inefficient energy utilization? 500,000. Hellroars did sound very scary, but weren't the electromagnetic railguns more powerful than the Hellroars? Annihilating the thousands of soldiers that Barzub had hidden in one fell swoop was indeed a great achievement. However, if a Leviathan airship climbed to the top of the stratosphere and released space-based weapons, such as tungsten rods, wouldn't it have a similar effect? If one was not enough, 2 would be enough. If one airship was not enough, a group would be enough. The proud devils did not know that the war efficiency theory they were so proud of was nothing compared to the scale of perpetual order that Keyes had mastered. After knowing the devil's Achilles heel, the young blue dragon even felt that if the Chamber of Commerce had enough time and opportunities to fight against the Astamors, the master of the 9 hells, they might be able to wipe out the 9 prisons of Bader with the scale of perpetual order alone. Don't get too full of yourself. Feeling an unprecedented surge in morale, Quest could not help but introspect himself and give himself some ideological stamp. The scales of the eternal order will always be developing and not pursuing the false reputation of developed. I'll make a fortune quietly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Of course, if people offend me, then I'll turn them into recyclable resources. After giving himself a thought, Keyes' attitude towards the devils was much more correct. What was the point of fighting and killing? As long as the main evils were killed, the rest could become high-quality raw materials and excellent labor. There were no useless things, only misplaced resources. This group of devils was only temporarily deposited in the 9 prisons of Bader. One day, they would fall into the hands of the Chamber of Commerce. And with a correct attitude, his horizons would naturally increase. After a moment of observation, Keyes actually saw some shining points from the legion of devils that had entered war mode that were worth learning from the scale of perpetual order. He found that although these devils did not have much attainments in machinery and technology, they had mastered mature biological war beast cultivation techniques. Even in the case of an all-out attack, the blood pool built with magic and biological technology could still continuously use the flesh and blood of the inferior demons to produce war beasts that could be sent to the front line at any time and meet the needs of the war. Take one of them as an example. The centaur officer guarding beside a blood pool waved his hand, and dozens of chained demons released the chains on their bodies to bind the inferior demons as raw materials. They threw them all into a blood pool that was almost the same size as an ordinary young megalosaurus. When the chained demons were thrown in, they just stirred the chains and cut the inferior demons into mincemeat. According to the instructions he received from his superiors, the centaur casually used a spell to make minor adjustments to an obelisk standing beside the blood pool. Immediately after, the blood pool began to bubble as if it was boiling. Within a few seconds, a huge catfish-like head emerged from the blood pool. Then, it revealed its hard spine with clusters of sharp spikes and a body as tall as a giant. This ferocious 2-legged creature looked like some kind of monster from the poisonous sea. Although it was made with the flesh and blood of the inferior demons, it did not look like any of the devils in the classic promotion sequence. It was a special devil war beast. Chapter 10:12. The moment this devil beast crawled out of the blood pool, it ran to the edge of the battle platform and leapt into the sea. Without a doubt, the reason it had been created was because the higher-ups needed soldiers who could fight in the sea. Looking at the appearance of this creature, Keyes suddenly recalled the pit fiend he'd skinned to make into the devilfish. That fellow had a fish face, and its appearance was very different from the other pit fiends. From a biological point of view, this kind of beast that was created from the flesh of inferior demons was essentially a type of Batsu. However, they didn't have a unique appearance like the other devils. They'd already reached the peak of evolution and wanted to become more unique, which was why they'd chosen to remodel their appearance. The reason these devil beasts created from the blood pool had unique appearances and abilities was to adapt to all sorts of sudden situations on the battlefield. In other words, they were tools created by the higher-ups for the sake of victory. Of course, it wasn't as if these tools didn't have the slightest bit of hope. Keyes guessed that the pit fiend with the fish head might have been one of these creatures. In the end, not only had he survived, he'd even slowly advanced to become a pit fiend. In comparison, The conversion efficiency of this method of mass production of biological battle beasts is actually higher than that of Leviathan's creatures. Quest gave a sincere evaluation after carefully observing for a while. However, they're at most devils with unique abilities. Their bodies don't have the mechanical and technological structures of the Leviathans, and their bodies and strength lack the potential to grow with technology. If we want to obtain more power in the future, these creatures will have to be assimilated into the devil's traditional path of advancement. Other than these, after careful observation, Quest also discovered that there were other things that were needed to create a biological beast. Lesser demons were the main raw material, the liquid that maintained the blood pool, as well as the energy for the transformation of the devil beasts, came from other life forms. At the very beginning, the devils had brought in slaves from other planes from hell. Later on, when the slaves were exhausted, they began to capture intelligent creatures from the surroundings of the battlefield. With Keyes' understanding of the Batsu people, this was their usual method of using war to support war. However, now that they had a more efficient method to solve this problem, they didn't scatter their forces all over the Ashen world. Really, I have to thank those two for their clarity of mind. Keyes couldn't help but want to laugh. It turned out that the two goblin gods' avatars were now under the control of the Legion of Devils. The goblin god of slavery, Kugobayag, had been personally invited by Maroda to a command post at the gates of hell. He summoned goblins and goblins from all parts of the multiverse, and then sent them to various blood pools for the army to transform them into devil beasts. Goblins, bear goblins, earth goblins, sea goblins, orcs. Note 1. In the entire multiverse, all the goblins who believed in the goblin god of slavery were out of luck today. In the past, the gods who prayed for half a day and didn't necessarily respond to their prayers today were out of the norm. Of course, it was just a response. After establishing a connection, they would be forcibly summoned to the Ashen world. Then, these unlucky goblins naturally became fish on the devil's chopping board. In the face of the ferocious and powerful devils, they had no room to resist at all. Fortunately, unlike before, Kugobayag didn't only summon sea goblins that were suitable for fighting in the ocean environment. In theory, the island chain battle platform of the devils could place all kinds of creatures. Without the help of purebred goblins with a larger population, and with only the sea goblins as a sheep desperately fleecing the sea goblin civilization in the multiverse, which wasn't particularly numerous in the first place, would probably have completely collapsed by now. Of course, this was only a little better. In fact, Kugobayag was about to collapse. The god of goblin slavery had been questioned by the main god, Magnubier. The supreme chief had been surprised to find that in the multiverse, many goblin civilizations were gradually collapsing. At the same time, his fiery eyes directly emitted raging flames. "What are you doing?" "Kugobayag." The supreme chief directly established a connection with the god of goblin slavery with the oracle's spell. His words clearly showed the fury in his heart. "You must be planning to betray me. I already smell the scent of a conspiracy. You idiot, I'll find you. I'll tear you apart. I'll crush your divinity into powder." Of course, for reasons known to all the gods, although Magnubier was very powerful and had the priesthood of war, he had never won any war. His strength was at most reflected in bullying other spiritual beings and hindering their promotion. The supreme chief almost didn't dare to leave the god's kingdom that he miserably operated in the 9 prisons of Bader. For the time being, Kugobayag was still safe. However, unlike Hrughek, whose god's kingdom was located in the noisy void tunnel, the god of goblin slavery's god's kingdom was also located somewhere in the 9 prisons of Bader due to the needs of his priesthood, adjacent to the supreme chief's territory. Kugobayag felt that the borders of his god's kingdom were now burning with the flames of war. An earth goblin with black sandalwood skin eyes that burst with flames from time to time, and strong muscular arms wielding a black blood-stained axe, was now constantly attacking his god's kingdom. Without a doubt, this terrifying monster-like earth goblin was one of Magnubir's incarnations. Let me go back. My god's kingdom is under attack. Magnubir is seizing the opportunity to destroy me. Kugobayag screamed at the top of his lungs, asking for help from the commander of the Devil's expedition, Miroda, but in return, Miroda was indifferent. Now, the entire Legion of Devils has entered the all-out attack mode, and the order of all-out attack has been issued. Anyone, any ally, must unconditionally cooperate with our attack, or they will be regarded as the Legion's enemy, and I can order them to be eliminated on the spot. What the Devil Duke said was true. This was the content of the Code of Hell issued by the Master of 9 prisons, the Astamors. Gods like Kugobayag, who placed his god's kingdom in Bader, naturally knew about it. However, he didn't expect that one day he would really be subject to such regulations and be used as a tool similar to a material warehouse by the Legion of Devils. You damn devils! Chapter 10:13. Midnight had passed. With the help of the gravitational slingshot device, although he was still in the quantum observer state, Keyes gradually felt that his normal megalosaurus body had undergone significant changes. He was not far from reaching adulthood. As a magical creature, when his body entered the next stage of life, his soul also grew a lot stronger. And the most direct feedback brought by the strengthening of his soul was that it became easier for him to observe through gravitational waves in the quantum observer state. The confrontation between the Legion of the Devil and Barzub entered the climax as soon as it began. In this regard, Quest would definitely not let go of any details. The various actions of the two sides were all seen by him. He had also witnessed the misfortune of the two unlucky goblin deities. Keyes saw all the little tricks that Kugobayag did, the god of goblin slavery, who was in the command center of the Legion of the Devil, could not stand the exploitation of the devils, so he chose to rebel in the end. He used the highly encrypted oracle spell to establish a connection with the Lord of the Flying Insects, who was besieged by the Legion of Devils. Although he could not detect the specific content of the communication between the two, the act of establishing a connection itself made Keyes think of many things. It should be noted that less than an hour ago, the two sides were still in a state of hostility. There was no need for any communication at all. It can't be that he wants to persuade Barzub to surrender, Keyes criticized in his mind. He focused on observing Kugobayag's every move, but he did not see any abnormalities from the god of goblin slavery. This god's incarnation was still providing auxiliary materials for the transformation of biochemical beasts for the Legion of Devils. There was no sign of betrayal. This itself was very abnormal. No, he's too cooperative. He suddenly realized something. Logically speaking, if the Kugobayag is unable to withstand the continuous summoning of believers outside the material world, he would definitely be slacking now instead of working hard to provide materials for the Legion of Devils. Thinking about that, he quickly scanned a blood pool that was producing fish-type devil beasts with gravitational waves. A powerful burnt-offering devil was guarding the blood pool. Due to its strength, the area of the blood pool he was in charge of was much larger than that of his peers. The burnt sacrifice demon threw thousands of inferior demons into the blood pool, while his chain demons and barbed demons slaughtered the goblins that outnumbered the inferior demons and threw them into the blood pool as well. Those small evil creatures with green skin, no more than 3 feet tall, and bony bodies with a large head were swallowed by the blood with resentment and confusion. Not long after, when the inferior demon's flesh that was crushed by the burnt-offering devil absorbed enough power from the blood pool and fused with enough goblin flesh as replenishment, a fish-type devil beast that was much larger than its peers crawled out of the blood pool. Although its intelligence level was only average, it was still much higher than the raw materials that created it. Therefore, it knew what it should do the moment it was born. This fish-type devil beast crawled out of the blood pool and staggered to the edge of the island chain combat platform. It jumped into the seawater that was almost boiling. In the seawater, it was not as clumsy as it was on land. It was as light and fast as a real fish as it swam toward the target that had been implanted in its mind. "I see," Keyes exclaimed as if he had understood something. Taking this devil beast as an example, he realized that after Kugobayag established a connection with Barzub, the devil beasts that were created were all strange. It was true that they were mainly created from the flesh of inferior demons. There was nothing wrong with the raw materials. However, there was a huge flaw in the goblins and goblin-like creatures that were used as supplementary materials. After being thrown into the blood pool, the supplementary materials did not die completely. It was important to note that as a weak creature, the goblin's vitality was actually more tenacious. In order to pursue efficiency, the devil executioners would often push them into the blood pool with a single slash. The subsequent work of dismantling their bodies and erasing their souls was all left to the blood pool. This was not a problem at all. After all, this was what the blood pool was used for. However, Kugobayag had done something fishy. Without a doubt, Barzub must have taught him about the loophole of the blood pool. He used his divine power to strengthen the souls of the goblins and goblin-like creatures. He did not use much divine power, but it was enough for them to survive the conversion time of the blood pool. In other words, there were still many goblin souls hidden in the bodies of the devil beasts that were created from the blood pool. Not only that, some of the devil beasts even had some living goblins in their bodies. They were like parasites that lived in the bodies of the devil beasts that had just been born. For example, the large fish-shaped devil beast created by the burnt sacrifice demon had just slammed into the force field barrier that Barzub had forcibly constructed with his magic power. The next second, this guy was fished out of the sea by a giant hand. Then the giant hand squeezed hard, and this devil beast became a dead fish that was casually tossed aside by the flying insect lord. However, the word casually was in quotation marks. Keyes discovered that the moment the devil beast's body sank to the bottom of the sea, the goblin souls and flesh that lived in its body came alive again. Barzub, who had already fused with the spirit-binding tower, had reached the pinnacle of mastery in manipulating souls. When he killed the devil beast just now, he also completed the modification of the parasites in its body. In the open, he's doing it secretly. Kugobayag is giving Barzub underlings, Keyes lamented. The previous 5 rounds of Hellroar cannon fire had already caused some of Barzub's accumulated subordinates to be wiped out. As a result, the mighty flying insect lord had to personally enter the battlefield to fight the legion of devils. At most, there was only one demon of falsehood to hold the fort. However, as the goblin god of slavery could no longer bear the oppression, the treatment that he was receiving now was simply a mockery of his priesthood. It was unknown whether the devils were doing it on purpose or not. He resolutely changed sides. As the devil beasts were sent to the front lines one by one, Barzub was rapidly rebuilding his own army. Finally, after the fierce battle lasted for half an hourglass, the winged insect overlord suddenly opened its arms. The gigantic force field wall that was built around its body was pushed open and shattered by itself, creating a loud bang. "You traitors, accept the fate of defeat. Maladomini Personal Guard Legion, attack." Barzub also shouted out, "All troops, attack." Chapter 1014. A large number of eel-like strange creatures with two webbed claws on their bodies and a large and powerful anchor-like claw at the end of their tails crawled out from the corpses of the demon beasts and quickly ran from the bottom of the sea to the nodes of the island chain. They were all soldiers transformed by Barzub, and the technology they used was the demonic race's biochemical modification technology. The demonic war beasts were originally from the blood pool, and the insect lord, who had a deep understanding of the technology, naturally had the ability to use it as a blood pool. Moreover, the reason these monsters had such an appearance was that when Barzub created them, he mixed in a special genetic material. This material came from the Plesiosaurus. The moment they were born, Keys, as a megalosaurus, immediately felt the breath of a distant relative. Plesiosaurus, also known as Lindiria, lindworm, were not true dragons, but just a primitive and cruel dragon-like creature. Even so, some Plesiosaurus could still compete with the true dragons with incredible strength and fatal ability. They could easily crush small enemies with their gigantic bodies, and those who had been injured by the venomous fangs of the snake dragons rarely lived long enough to talk about the pain of the torturous poison. Although Plesiosaurus did not have wings, they could fly in a supernatural way, as natural as a fish swimming in water. In this aspect, they were very similar to the Megalosaurus. Serpentine dragons are full of disgust for what they see as lesser creatures, and are always looking for ways to inflict more torture on their unfortunate victims. Typical serpentine dragons, they were born with an insatiable greed and a penchant for collecting. Their caves were filled with piles of discarded bones and scattered treasures, even though they had no idea of the value of these things. The smarter true dragons often despised Plesiosaurus, thinking that these creatures were just evolved beasts, and refused to admit that these creatures had anything to do with them. Plesiosaurus did not care much about this. If the other party invaded their territory, they would sometimes challenge the young Megalosaurus. However, when faced with an old Megalosaurus, Plesiosaurus would still choose to retreat. There was no other reason other than that they could not beat them. Even if some species of Plesiosaurus were stronger than true dragons in terms of strength, the old Megalosaurus were often masters of spellcasting, and Plesiosaurus intelligence was their shortcoming. Not only that, but also because of their low intelligence, Plesiosaurus could not form large settlements or cooperate in small groups. Almost always they kept to themselves, hunting in their vast territory to ambush travelers who passed by. In their long lives, they would only mate once. Then the female would lay a few eggs, and only one egg in the nest would survive. Only one of the eggs would survive. The first hatched serpent dragon would immediately feast on its brothers and sisters that had not yet hatched. From a certain point of view, it was very puzzling that creatures like Plesiosaurus had not gone extinct until now. Barzub added the genetic material of Plesiosaurus to the biological battle beasts that he had modified. Therefore, these monsters were born with the discipline of devils, the brutality and strength of Plesiosaurus, and the toughness of goblins. They seemed to be the real Lindiria, and the way they attacked was like a swarm of insects swarming and devouring their opponents. Although they were only 3 to 4 feet long, including their long tails, they were only 7 to 8 feet long. However, when they attacked, they would often swarm forward and pounce on the demonic war beasts that were even larger in size. They would hang themselves on the devil beasts with their tails that looked like anchor claws, and then they would begin to gnaw on the flesh of the devil beasts. The glands on their tails would even lay eggs in the devil beasts' bodies. Just like the goblins, the Lindiria that Barzub had created were very different from Plesiosaurus. Not only were they good at cooperation, but they could also devour flesh of equal or even greater weight. Their stomachs were like bottomless pits that could not be filled at all. Whenever they were full, their bodies would grow crazily so that they could devour more flesh to satisfy their needs. In just a few minutes, Thousands of devil beasts had all become food and petri dishes for the Lindiria. Many of the Lindiria that had eaten enough were even as large as adult dragons and snakes. They could even suppress the ordinary devil beasts in a one-on-one fight. Perhaps some Lindiria were killed by the devil beasts due to bad luck, but every second, more and more newly hatched Lindiria would appear from the dead devil beasts to fill the gap caused by the death of their own kind. Like a swarm of insects, they relied on the flesh and resources of the enemy to develop and grow like a rolling snowball, feeding on each other. Soon, the Legion of the Devil also realized this problem, and they adjusted their battle strategy accordingly. First, some of the Hellroar cannons that had been replenished with ammunition roared again, and after the huge bronze cannonballs were calibrated, they smashed into the area where the Lindiria were most densely gathered, without caring if they would accidentally hurt their allies. Then, hundreds of thousands of bone scythes and chained demon engineers suddenly rose into the air, casting their innate spells to build ice walls and prison chains on the battlefield, dividing the three-dimensional battlefield of sea, land, and air into small combat zones so that the devil beasts and low-level demon warriors could concentrate their forces and wipe out the Lindiria's army in a small area. Not only that, but there were also some unique chain demons that were close to legendary level hidden among the chain demons. Those who lacked experience often categorized the chain demons as a member of Hell and called them chain demons. But in fact, the chain demons with sadistic tendencies were not demons in the traditional sense, although the great Astamors had included the chain demons in the ranks of demons through the Codex of Hell. Some believed that the chain demons had already lived in Hell before the demons entered it, while other hypotheses claimed that some sadistic divine power had thrown these creatures into this plane. Regardless of their origins, the chain demons were driven by their strong sadistic instincts and wandered the various worlds, searching for places that could satisfy their taste for torture and incite violence. The evil and devils were the best of the chained devil race. The higher-level chained devils were the evil and devil overlords. It was worth noting that the only chained devil in Hell was definitely the evil and devil overlords, but the opposite was not necessarily true. As the most ancient and complex of the chained demons, the evil lurkers had mastered the art of self-destruction to an extreme level, to the point that they could not feel any pain or fear. Most of the evil lurkers were covered in thick bandages made of blood, leather ropes, and thousands of razor-sharp metal shards embedded in their bodies. Only by relying on these terrifying objects could an evil lurker barely hold its body together. Even so, its physical strength was still much higher than the strongest of mortals. Normally, the evil lurkers could wrap themselves tightly with chains, and no one would be able to tell the difference between them and ordinary chain demons. But now, after they untied the chains, they revealed their blood-red bodies, which were completely different from ordinary chain demons' greenish-purple skin color, as well as the layers of razor-sharp metal shards that wrapped their bodies. Some evil lurkers even had some bone wings transplanted on their shoulder blades, which should be the organs they took from the heavenly realms creatures. The evil lurkers had a very strange view of evolution. They did not cultivate their bodies, nor did they focus on the mind. Instead, they tried to erase the essence of living beings, the barrier between the physical and mental body of an individual. For this reason, the evil lurkers would often squeeze into the material plane and search for mortals that were strong enough to catch their eyes to use as parts for their evolution. Once they locked onto a target, the evil lurkers would try to harvest the most perfect parts of the mortal's body. Healthy organs, clean blood vessels, sharp eyes, the target with organs that caught the evil lurker's eyes would usually be captured alive and carefully studied to see how the perfect parts worked. Finally, the evil lurkers would carefully remove them and transplant them into their own bodies. Usually, these organs would be planted in very strange places. For example, The nimble tongue of a bard that had been harvested by an evil lurker might be planted in his palm or near his heart, or a pair of beautiful eyes of a queen might be sewn into the middle of his torso. For the evil lurkers, this kind of twisted and ugly transplant was the most effective way to make these perfect organs work. For other races, this kind of strange and twisted flesh was enough to frighten ordinary people. However, one had to admit that the evil lurkers were powerful. In the Devil's expedition, even the commander, the Devil Duke Maroda, could not casually order these powerful masochists around. They were all spies that Lord Disbat had placed in the city. The reason why the Lord of Hell had planted them was because he was worried that something like this would happen. As an old rival of Baalzeb, Disbat knew that the Seventh Lord had spent tens of thousands of years painstakingly researching all sorts of biological modification techniques in order to break through King Astamo's malevolent transformation technique that was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The Legion of Devil's Blood Pool tactic was a basic operation in the eyes of the winged insect lord. He might even use the blood pool to produce his own army. As expected, Baalzeb had indeed created a large number of Lindiria to resist the Legion of Devils. Having expected such an outcome, Disbat had naturally made corresponding preparations. He had planted a large number of evil lurkers who had an indescribable interest in transplanting flesh and blood. They were hidden in the Devil's expeditionary army. As soon as the new Lindiria created by Baalzeb appeared, it attracted the interest of these evil lurkers. They obediently accepted Maroda's recruitment and wanted to conduct research on the flesh and blood of this new species. This was exactly what Disbat wanted. After all, the research on the flesh and blood of the evil lurkers was a nightmare for any flesh and blood creature. Chapter 10:15. A Goblin's Appetite, a Snake's Stomach, and a Devil's Energy Utilization Efficiency. As if holding a rare treasure, a nefarious lurker touched a series of organs pulled out from a Lindiria with both hands: the extremely tough stomach, the digestive tract, the nerve tissues that connected them, and even a small piece of the brain that was connected to the nerves. Coincidentally, other nefarious lurkers were also interested in other parts of the Lindiria. For example, their long tails that had anchor claws, as well as the reproductive glands contained in the tails. The nefarious lurker was pleasantly surprised and even obsessed with them. In order to transplant better tissues and organs than the other Lindiria, these sadistic, nefarious lurkers did not care about wasting their strength at all, and dissected the biochemical beasts created by Baalzeb one by one. Different from the regular chain devils and bone devils, these nefarious lurkers were at least legends. They could isolate a small battlefield on their own and did not need the help of other devils at all. Tens of thousands. No, it should be said that hundreds of millions of chains shot out from their bodies. No one could imagine that their bodies, which did not look huge, could contain so many chains. When these chains wrapped up some Lindiria, they began to strangle all the living creatures in them. Whether it was the Batsa devil that was unfortunately trapped, the devil beasts that were mass-produced in the blood pool, or the Lindiria that the nefarious lurkers targeted, they were all pierced and cut by the chains. Flesh, bones, and skin were all separated in an instant. Only the tissues and organs that the nefarious lurkers were interested in could be preserved, and the rest would be thrown away as garbage. At first, after being trapped by the chains of the nefarious lurkers, only some of the more vigilant devils immediately used advanced teleportation to escape the fate of being turned into minced meat. Later, some of the devil beasts, because they were created from the flesh and blood of inferior demons, they could be regarded as a special kind of devil. Therefore, they were also talented in advanced teleportation, although they were not proficient in it, learned how to escape through observation, and tried their best to escape from the nefarious lurkers' blockade. The last ones to react were the Lindiria. Although they seemed to have some kind of format pyramid consciousness, they could only adjust their individual behavior after being stimulated by a sufficient number of people. These creatures were actually biological weapons that were born from the devil beasts. After losing more than 1/10 of their population, they all learned to use spells to escape from the nefarious lurkers' blockade. This change in the Linda worm made the nefarious lurkers discover a new continent once again. They were eager to find the physical carrier of the format pyramid's consciousness, the existence that could be named as a brain worm, and transplanted into their own bodies as part of their precious collection. Because of this, some of the evil lurking devils even started to fight over it. A bunch of idiots. Barzub of the Lindiria lurkers' territory. Lindiria lurker was Lindiria lurker was lurkers. Lindiria lurker. Lurker, lurker. Those little worms also have the flesh and blood of lesser demons in their bodies. They also have a cavity structure that belongs to every type of devil. In theory, they actually have the potential to master all kinds of spell-like abilities that ordinary devils can use. If we can't kill them all, repeatedly triggering the format pyramid consciousness will only make them evolve and become more powerful. The facts confirmed Barzub's insight. When the nefarious lurkers realized that Lindiria had the format pyramid consciousness, they all awakened the advanced teleportation ability that many devils were very good at. Not long after, the chain seal that had been successful in every endeavor lost its effect on Lindiria. Every time the nefarious lurkers cut a part of the battlefield, the Lindiria would escape from that part of the battlefield. What's more, some especially smart Linda worms even learned to take advantage of this. They did not escape immediately. Instead, they began to attack the devil beasts and devils that had been injured by the nefarious lurkers. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was injured and unable to move, the Lindiria would run over and launch a sneak attack, making it easier for them to obtain flesh and eggs. Of course, although these Lindiria were very troublesome to deal with, they did not make the devils feel powerless. After the strategy of dividing the battlefield and releasing the nefarious lurkers failed, the Legion of the Devil began to use another tactic. Some senior devils broke into the front lines and captured one Lindiria after another before throwing them into the blood pool. As a major weapon of the Legion of Devils, the blood pool could not only rapidly produce troops and devil beasts, but it could also break down any enemy that the Legion of Devils encountered, analyze them, find their weaknesses, and then create more biological weapons to counter them. After the Lindiria were thrown into the blood pool one by one, it did not take long for all the devil beasts that crawled out of the blood pool to change their appearance. This batch of devil beasts was no longer tall and mighty in appearance. Instead, they were all hunchbacked and short humanoid demons. They were about the same size as the auxiliary materials goblins used to create them. However, their backs were covered with long and sharp quills. These quills could provide defense like the quills of porcupines, but at the same time, they were dangerous offensive weapons. When they were attacked, these quills would automatically shoot out. The hollow quills contained a highly toxic poison that could quickly kill creatures and turn them into undead creatures. When they encountered the Lindiria, the latter would immediately suffer a great loss. Because of their small size, the Lindiria usually went after them one by one. Otherwise, the flesh and blood they captured would not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. However, except for the Lindiria that had evolved for some time, the newly born Lindiria could not actually take advantage of the hedgehog goblins. The flesh and blood that could be obtained from killing the enemy was pitifully little. If the attack did not go well, which was actually more common, the Lindiria would very likely be killed by the hedgehog goblins instead. Moreover, because the creatures that died under the quills of the hedgehog goblins would become undead creatures, the flesh and blood of the dead Lindiria could not be recycled by other Lindiria. The devils who could use spells like Berate the Undead or Control the Undead would instead use zombie Lindiria to fight back against their own kind. Chapter 1016, Goblins the Hedgehog versus Lindiria. Based on the 9 prisons of Bader's mature blood pool spawn technology, the 2 biochemical weapons belonging to the Legion of the Devil and the winged insect Lord clashed on the battlefield in an instant. In the beginning, the Goblins the Hedgehog appeared later, so in terms of numbers, they were inferior to the Lindiria. In addition, the latter had many powerful monsters that had evolved for a period of time and could use various spell-like abilities to wipe out the goblins on a large scale. Therefore, in the beginning, the Goblins the Hedgehog were the weaker side. However, as thousands of blood pool spawn continued to spawn, and the large demonic war beasts that had been created were basically wiped out, the Lindiria was unable to obtain enough spawning grounds. The number of Goblins the Hedgehog began to increase, and there were even signs that they were suppressing the Lindiria. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Although the Goblins the Hedgehog were a special type of devil, their intelligence was very low, and they were no different from real goblins. They could not even speak the infernal language, and could only express their emotions in this chirp, chirp, chirp way. Although they would not drown, their swimming skills were obviously quite poor. After jumping into the sea, they basically could not control their bodies. They could only allow the boiling sea to send them to the Lindiria, and the latter would then attack them. Usually it was only at this point that the Goblins the Hedgehog would show their value. Although the newborn Lindiria were stronger than them, when faced with such monsters, it was like a lion meeting a porcupine, and there was nowhere to bite. If the Lindiria attacked forcefully, the thorny feathers on the back of the Goblins the Hedgehog would give them a lesson called pain worse than death. This was because these thorny feathers were hollow and filled with poison that could cause pain to even the devils. Not only that, but some of the Lindibugs were covered in spikes and died tragically in the boiling seawater. Perhaps it was because their attacks were too violent, or perhaps it was because they were surrounded by a few Goblins Hedgehog. However, not long after, these dead Lindiria would crawl back up. However, at this time, they were no longer the special war beasts controlled by Barzub, but a type of undead creatures similar to zombies and skeletons. At this time, they would drag their tattered and slightly gray bodies and attack their own kind around them when they were alive. Even though they had died once and their powers and abilities had been greatly weakened, there were still some unlucky Lindibugs that had died in their hands. Low cost, high efficiency. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield had changed, the Devil Duke Maroda could not help but stuck out his tongue and licked the scale-like fur on his front paws. Lindiria and Lindiria had, and the hedgehog was the hedgehog Lindiria, and Lindiria the hedgehog, although the number of Lindiria was they and their numbers, a number, there was a fixed number, and the number of Lindiria's insects was being reduced at every moment. In order to achieve their tactical objectives, the blood pool of the Legion of the Devil had to bear at least twice the number of Lindiria's casualties. However, Maroda did not care at all. Usually, perhaps due to greed, the devils would be very stingy in front of many mortal summoners in the material plane. But in reality, in a war of conquest, especially after entering a state of general attack, the devils would not care about the cost in order to win the final victory. In terms of logistics, some middle and lesser gods, who had been operating for tens of thousands of years, would not be able to withstand a legion of the devil that had launched an all-out war with millions of members. Tug of war, war of attrition, unrestricted warfare. Using these modes of warfare to deal with the legion of devils was, in fact, meaningless. This was because in the multiverse, there were few forces that were richer and more imposing than them. These demons from the 9 prisons of Bader only had 9 planes, but they had been in a standoff for hundreds of thousands of years with the Abyss demons, who had an unknown number of planes and more resources. The only thing that the devils were truly afraid of was a war with an unknown outcome. Just like the moment when the Lindiria's insects had first appeared, the new mode of warfare that they had displayed had, to be honest, really shocked Maroda and the other commanders of the Legion of the Devil Legion. Fortunately, the blood pool of the Legion of Devils had withstood the test and created a new war beast in time that was extremely effective against the Lindiria's insects. This battle is in the bag. Maroda felt relieved. However, he did not know that not long after the goblin hedgehog had appeared on the battlefield, the winged insect lord had started to play tricks while withstanding the bombardment of the Legion of Devils' kinetic weapons and spells. This battle is in the bag. Barzab also thought so. At the same time, Ma Ko, who was relying on the protective power of the World of Ashes to fiercely fight against the group of lone devils led by Barbados, also received a new order. Use your magic soul pot talent to possess these Lindiria. Using the means of magic communication, Barzab immediately entered the precise coordinates of several Lindiria that had evolved to a certain extent into Ma Ko's mind. When the latter was constructing the spell model, he only needed to enter the coordinates into the blank space of the model, and the power of the magic soul pot would instantly affect the mature Lindiria in those positions. It was very simple, and the effect was very amazing. In an instant, Ma Ko possessed 13 Lindiria that had already grown to the size of dragons and snakes. Although they were now still under the influence of the Format Tower's consciousness, they had actually become the clones of the winged insect lord. Pass your protective power to these Lindiria. Barzab secretly controlled everything. Don't worry, your power will not be weakened because of this. Instead, it will become more like an arm. You will personally create a miracle. At this point, Ma Ko naturally could not disobey the will of the winged insect lord. The next second, he began to pass his protective power to the 13 mature Lindiria. And the result was just as Barzab said. After dividing his power into 13 parts, Ma Ko did not feel any reduction in the strength of the protective power, except for feeling a little tired. Not only that, because there were another 13 clones that were carrying the protective power, Ma Ko suddenly felt as if he could make 14 attacks on the enemy at the same time. You dregs, don't waste your power. Barzab immediately stopped Ma Ko, whose confidence was greatly boosted. Like I just said, these are used to create miracles. When the Lord of the Flying Insects finished speaking, a long incantation rang out in Marco's mind, and he involuntarily began to chant along with the Lord of the Flying Insects. At the same time, the 13 Lindiria, clones of the winged insect lord, also began to recite the same spell, and their power formed a complete closed loop at the same time. In this way, the strong magical wave could no longer be concealed. The commander of the Legion of the Devil, Maroda, the Devil Duke, suddenly felt his hair stand on end. What's going on? Be careful of Barzab, he's going to use... In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. The Batsa Devil was a natural magical creature, and any of the senior demons who had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years were basically all skilled spellcasters. The moment the magical wave appeared, the senior demons in the Legion of Devils were all shocked. There was no other reason except that the magical wave was too strong. Only when a legendary spellcaster cast a legendary spell would it cause such a commotion. Any spellcaster who had tried it would know that when faced with a legendary spell, one could never be too careful. One had to know that the spells that were crowned with the title of legendary theoretically had no upper limit to their power. They could even kill a true god. If not for the fact that the war was in a state of general attack, those who rashly retreated from the battlefield would likely be treated as deserters and even suffer the shame of being degraded in front of millions of demons. In fact, many demons would have immediately used advanced teleportation spells to escape from this dangerous zone. It was also because of this moment of hesitation that the Legion of Devils reacted half a beat slower, and the second wave of the winged insect lord's prepared counterattack finally took shape. Using the 13 mature Lindiria as nodes and the prodigal Mako's protective power as a source of energy, Barzub completed another tactical plan in an instant. Along with the rumbling sound, a shocking earthquake erupted in the surrounding area, including the battle platforms of the Legion of the Devil's Island chain. Huge waves that were dozens of meters high rose from the sea, and cracks extended directly from the bottom of the sea to the depths of the Earth's crust. Volcanoes of various sizes erupted continuously, completely igniting the entire sea and stirring it into a pot of thick soup. Not only that, just as the waves of earthquakes were about to destroy all of the island combat platforms of the Devil Expeditionary Army, and as the hedgehog goblins were about to perish due to their inability to fly out of the sea like the lindabugs, everything within dozens of miles of the island seemed to have been scooped up from the bottom of the sea by an invisible, supermassive spoon. The boiling seawater, the Devil Expeditionary Army, and other things were all sent flying into the sky, including Balzeb's true form that had fused with the soul-binding tower. I've created a super-floating city. Fax had proven that the demon's promise could not be trusted. Although he did not feel anything when he used the protective power as a battery to cast a legendary spell, Ma Ko suddenly felt weak, as if his body had been hollowed out. He could not help but fall from the sky into the boiling pool that became the floating city's inner lake. Chapter 1017. Barzub was ecstatic. Through a series of schemes and operations, the Lord of the Flying Insects had finally succeeded in reversing the disadvantageous situation caused by being exiled by the Astamores. He had emptied the power of the Guardian of the World of Ashes and created a super-floating city. Even though he lacked a core component like the Mice Energy Core, this colossal object could only last for 2 to 3 days. However, he had only been exiled for 3 days. Originally, during this period of time, Barzub could not leave the place at all because his true body had fused with the soul-binding tower. He could only passively endure the crazy attacks of his old enemies. However, when this floating city rose into the sky, his Achilles heel disappeared in an instant. In its place, there was an additional trump card that could crush his opponents. After all, even by the standards of a floating city, Barzub's flying fortress could be considered a super one. Even if one did not consider its relatively short lifespan, it was very likely to be the largest floating city in the history of the multiverse. It was important to note that the floating city was the beacon of the arcane civilization. It combined most of the peak techniques of the 3 schools of arcane magic. Unlike the complicated division of contemporary mages, the great arcanists believed that there were only 3 schools of arcane magic: creation, transformation, and destruction. For the demons of the lower realm, who had a long lifespan, when they saw the floating city, all kinds of nightmarish memories rushed into their minds. Although the demons now looked down on the mortals of the material plane, there was a period of time when the great arcanists who controlled the floating city made them tremble in fear. In those days, those guys who were so powerful that they did not seem like mortals drove the floating city into the 9 prisons of Bader, the bottomless abyss, and other lower realms, wantonly capturing demons as slaves and research subjects. It could be said with certainty that the reason why some correct knowledge about demons and devils was now circulating in the material plane was almost entirely due to the research done by the great arcanists during that period of time. In order to obtain this knowledge, the great arcanists did many vivisections on demons and devils, as well as other terrifying experiments that made people shudder with fear just by hearing the names. Therefore, when they saw the floating city rise into the air, all the senior demons who were of a certain age felt their legs tremble a little. Sure enough, this guy still has a trick up his sleeve. Just as the Devil Duke Maroda was struggling to give orders to mobilize the troops, the voice of the second Lord Despot came from the nearest hell fortress that had not collapsed in the earlier turmoil. Steel City, Steel Tower, Steel Lord of the World, like the sound of cold steel colliding with each other. A choir composed of 333 Erinny's banshees sang, in unison, to build momentum for the Lord's arrival. The so-called Erinny's banshees was a unique creature of Bader Bader. They banshees were banshees that were active in the abyss and Bader banshees of the abyss. Some people estimated that there were no more than 500 senior Erinny's banshees in the entire 9 prisons of Bader, but there were 330 in Dispat's choir alone, which was more than half the number of this special group of senior demons. This also showed the power of the Second Lord. The moment the Erinny's banshees sang in unison, an unknown power of the mind swept across the battlefield in an instant, and even the most violent demons became calm. Close to 3 million bats of demons, including the casualties, seemed to have been cast with a spell called Mechanized Mind at the same time, and they were as calm as steel. A black-haired man who was about 7 feet tall walked out of Hellgate Castle, with unhurried steps. If it were not for the pair of small horns on his forehead and his fiery red eyes, many people would even think that he was a human. He was dressed in a luxurious imperial costume, and a long, hard-headed scepter was tightly held in his hand. "My lord!" Seeing Dispat's incarnation as a reward, Maroda, who had a wolf head and a lion body, immediately bowed to his master to greet him. Because the degree of prostration was so large, even his buttocks were raised. However, Despat did not pay attention to his vassal. As soon as the incarnation of the Second Lord appeared, he slammed his scepter on the ground, and with the same magic fluctuation that was enough to make ordinary demons tremble, the soil, rocks, seawater, all kinds of things that had become tattered because of the sudden rise of the floating city actually began to change their material. In an instant, they all turned into steel. Even the rising momentum of the super-floating city was stopped because of this sudden increase of terrifying mass. Moreover, because this tempering situation spread from Dispat's Hell Fortress to other directions, the entire super-floating city had a violent tilt. Despat, seeing his old rival appear, Barzub immediately let out a roar. He abruptly cast a dispel spell with a wide coverage, protecting himself and the nearby areas from being affected by the tempered steel. Those places were mainly concentrated around the nodes of the 13 mature Lindiria that were used to create the floating city. They were now important carriers of the format pyramid consciousness of the Lindiria group and could not be easily abandoned. However, in this way, he would be exposing the weakness of his army. Despat, who had a clear mind, revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. "Attack those places. This guy is now an empty shell, and in fact, it can be broken with a poke." In the chaos just now, some artillery positions were fortunately preserved. Upon receiving the Lord's order, these hundreds of thousands of Hellroar cannons immediately adjusted their elements and fired again. Not only that, but the Bats of Devil, who had been adjusted by Erinny's Banshee Chorus and was no longer frightened, also all moved. They quickly returned to their respective formations and launched a surprise attack on the marked areas nearby. With the arrival of the Second Lord's incarnation in the world of ashes, the Legion of the Devil also began a second, all-out attack. Although their morale was not high, in fact, as the army of the 9 prisons of Bader, the demons actually did not care about the so-called morale and other war factors. They believed more in discipline, but they were still a strict army. The only flaw was that because the blood pool system was damaged, the Legion of Devils temporarily could not use cheap raw materials to produce biological war beasts. This caused some of the battle arrangements to be temporarily disrupted and had to be redesigned. Chapter 1018. Even so, the Devil's attacks were still very fierce. It was as if they were burning the sky and boiling the sea. Torrential flames melted large amounts of steel, and the latter dripped onto the surface of the sea, bringing with it a scalp-numbing steam. They really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Feeling the pressure from the Legion of the Devil, Barzab cast all sorts of defensive spells on himself. He couldn't leave any openings. At the same time, he had to be wary of Despat's avatar at all times. This old rival had appeared a little too early, and it made him a little wary. Since that's the case, I'll move on to the next stage. Thinking of this, Barzab took advantage of the gap between the meteor burst of a pit fiend and decisively extended his finger that was as thick as a pillar, shooting a Melf's acid arrow at the target. His spell had been specially adjusted. Not only was its power far stronger than an ordinary Melf's acid arrow, its speed was even faster than Melf's minute meteor. Moreover, the timing of the shot was very clever. No one in the Legion of Devils intercepted it. The strong acid arrow hit the target. First, there was a strange poochie sound, followed by a continuous chee-chee sound. The target was none other than the corpse that Ma Ko had dug out of the tempered rock stratum. It turned out that Melf, who had fallen to the bottom of the sea due to exhaustion, had carried out an order from his master. Using the opportunity of leaving the battlefield, he found the still smoldering divine body of the Anababa goddess Kaji Luna. After that, he tried his best to hide until Barzab ordered him to come out. The strengthened acid arrow had corroded the divine body's skin. Wrapped in this layer of skin, Phaeton, who was unable to come in contact with oxygen, was able to come in contact with air once more. This seemed simple, but if he hadn't absorbed Kaji Luna's soul, no one would have been able to adjust the parameters of the acid arrow so perfectly. It was just enough to break through the seal that the Anababa goddess had placed on Phaeton with her last bit of divine power. Rumble. The huge explosion directly impacted the surface of the floating city. A crater more than 300 meters in diameter was blasted into the steel ground. Ma Ko, who was near the center of the explosion, was immediately sent flying by the shockwave. He did not even have time to use advanced teleportation. But even so, the body of the Anababa goddess did not completely disappear. To put it more accurately, Phaeton had used a special method to possess her body, completing a recycling. An erratic spiritual body was bathed in a ball of extremely intense blue flames. Upon closer inspection, she looked like a beautiful girl who was burning and floating. This ghostly and strange energy also maintained the young and attractive face that Kaji Luna often used to deceive strangers. Phaeton, who hated the gods, used a very strange method to use the body of a god to be reborn. When he opened his eyes for the first time, he used an evil voice to make the first announcement. "I'm very sorry." Immediately after, the blue flames on his body seemed to have been poured with an accelerant, and in an instant they exploded violently. An invisible sense of oppression spread outwards. All the creatures near him, most of them were soldiers of the Legion of Devils, and only a few were Lindiria under Barzab's command, could not help but feel exhausted, as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Wave of exhaustion. Ha ha ha, this new ability is really useful. Phaeton laughed wildly, not at all afraid that his ability would be heard by his enemies. Having existed for more than 100,000 years, this was the first time he had used a method other than the language of the soul to express his intentions. Next, I have to try this. What should I call it? Let's call it Nightmare Fire. As this abomination muttered to himself, the victims who had just felt a little tired suddenly became completely limp. In an instant, they were captured by the dream world. The abomination itself had the spark of divinity. After seizing the body of the Anababa goddess, Phaeton could naturally use some of the abilities that were engraved on the body of the Anababa goddess, as if they were his instincts. Not only that, when he used the super nightmare spell that the Anababa goddess was good at, he also mixed in some personal effects. Otherwise, how could this move be called Nightmare Fire? and the consequences of being attacked by the nightmare fire were extremely terrifying. Take the demons, for example. Although they were naturally immune to fire damage, after being hit by the spell, black smoke kept gushing out of all the orifices on their bodies, and their bodies quickly shriveled as if they were constantly burning and constantly in a dehydrated state. As if taking a stroll, Phaeton, who was in the form of a spiritual girl, walked step by step towards the legion of devils, as if he was not afraid of the powerful demons inside. This was in line with the nature of the abominations, as self-destruction was also one of their pursuits. In the process, many demons fell under the two spells, Wave of Exhaustion and Nightmare Fire, which were difficult to defend against. Like harvesting wheat, the demons fell down uniformly as if they were holding some kind of welcoming ceremony for Phaeton's arrival. Wherever he passed, it almost became a deserted corridor. Even the demons who were originally demons felt a chill down their spines. I smell the stench of the gods. Hand them over, and I will not intervene in this war. When he was only a few miles away from Lord Despat, Phaeton stopped and announced his intention in a tone that left no room for negotiation. However, the Legion of the Devil had entered the all-out attack mode, and the Batsu people had never had a precedent of negotiating with any being when they were all-out attack. Moreover, the gods that Phaeton mentioned, the god of bugbears and the god of goblin slavery, had now been invited into the military camp by Lord Despat, and they would be of some use to the Lord of Hell in the future. Kill Phaeton. Despat's incarnation had a cold look in his eyes. In the next second, the 7-foot-tall, human-like head of demons appeared in front of the abomination girl. The scepter in his hand smashed down without hesitation, and even the flames that were touched by the scepter would be turned into steel slag and iron filings in an instant. Just like the order that he had just given to his subordinates, Despat did not even mention suppressing Phaeton, but directly killed him. Chapter 1019. The whole world had turned into a living nightmare. Magic whizzed towards Phaethon's body, and then whizzed down from the sky, causing indiscriminate and destructive damage. Amidst the thunderous explosion, dust and gravel mixed with steel fragments shot out in all directions, scattering into a gray and hazy area. The flying steel shards pierced through the rows of demons like burning charcoal piercing through ice and snow. Ashes fell like a downpour, covering everything. Regardless of whether it was the living or the dead, no one was spared. The terrible battle that lasted several hourglasses seemed to have changed the color of the whole world. As a result, except for the few devils who hated the light of eternal blaze, most of the warriors of Batsu did not notice the arrival of dawn. It's time. After the first ray of sunlight entered his eyes, Barzub, who was standing at the center of the floating city, immediately fell silent. The fatigue caused by the fierce battle against the Legion of the Devil that exceeded 3 million in the long night was all gone at this moment. He was suddenly refreshed and straightened his body. As he moved, the entire super-floating city began to climb to the sky to welcome the dawn of eternal blaze. The Lindiria all opened their mouths and gnashed their teeth, as if they were celebrating something. Scorching crystals? Keys, who had been paying attention to the battlefield all the time, immediately sensed the changes of energy that were like a prairie fire. It was not until then that he realized that Barzub had been waiting for dawn. The guy must have made a plan a long time ago. As a matter of fact, that was exactly the case. When the Lindiria were created, they already contained a certain amount of scorching crystals in their bodies. During the fierce battle that lasted several hourglasses at night, while they evolved, the scorching crystals were enriched too. Right now, most of the Lindiria had enough scorching crystals in their bodies for the next abnormal evolution. The scales on the surface of their bodies gradually turned into the color of obsidian, and the fascias between the scales were more or less crystallized. When the light of eternal blaze was projected on their bodies, the Lindiria that had completed the abnormal evolution all became excited. At a speed visible to the naked eye, many Lindiria's bodies began to grow rapidly, becoming more and more like mature dragons and snakes. There were also some that looked more and more like demons. Some of them had large bat wings, some had horns on their heads, and some had even turned into human forms. Attack. Don't let the Lindiria continue to evolve. Lord Despat's avatar hurriedly ordered the Legion of Devils. Making this decision meant that he had to face Phaeton alone. This time, he didn't even leave behind a devil duke like Maroda. He sent all of his troops in one go. Although the war had only lasted for a dozen hourglasses, Barzub had already shown too many variables. Lord Despat felt that the war could not drag on any longer. Even if he had to take some risks, he wouldn't hesitate, casting a protective spell on himself to deal with the wave of exhaustion, and his powerful spirit was enough to protect himself from being dragged into the nightmare. Despat directly flashed to Phaeton's side and hit the abomination's body with his scepter. Unlike Balzeb, who was adept at using spells of the law, which could be seen from his large-scale tempered spell, this second suzerain's most adept spell was the School of Modifications. When his scepter touched Phaeton, who was hovering in the image of an illusory girl, it immediately caused the matter that made up the abomination's body to change. The flames that hovered around the abomination instantly turned into some iron shavings. Burned fiercely by the flames, the iron shavings immediately ignited and burst into bright flashes. Then, as the iron shavings burned, reddish-brown dust gathered together and formed a thick barrier around Phaeton. Layer after layer, layer after layer. No matter how Phaeton dodged, Despat would use the flames that were pulled from his body to increase the thickness of the cage. Not only that, but he also began to draw a magic circle on the outer wall of the cage that the abomination could not observe. The function of this magic circle was very simple, which was to connect to an inner elemental plane that was filled with ice and snow. Although Phaeton was like an inextinguishable fire, Despat knew that he actually had a limit. This abomination might be very difficult to kill in the material plane, and it might even destroy the entire plane. However, if it was in the elemental plane of ice and snow, its strength would be greatly reduced. And that was the truth. When the second lord activated the magic circle that had been drawn, ice demon bats that brought along cold wind and frost swarmed out of the space passage. Phaeton, who hated the cold, immediately began to go berserk. However, the more he tried to break free from the shackles of the cage, the more the flames that burst out from his body would transform into the cage that imprisoned him. At first, he did not notice that the hollow iron ball that formed his cage was actually composed of layers. Despat had drawn runes and magic circles with different functions on each layer. Now, even if Phaeton gave up resisting, he could not teleport out of the cage. The Legion of the Devil and the Lindiria group, Despat, and the Abomination Phaeton, the many unique demons, and Barzub, although this terrible war was still limited to a corner, its impact had spread throughout the entire Ashes world. The northern coastline of Medici had been hit by tsunamis. Bite City, which had just experienced the disaster of war, had been mobilized by the scale of perpetual order last night and had retreated more than 10 miles away from the coast to take shelter. Because a large number of demons from the lower world had come here, the entire Ashes world had become smoky. According to the information received by the scale of perpetual order, there had been several times more crimes than usual in all areas last night. And this was only in the city. Some of the tragedies that had happened in the countryside could not be counted in time at present, With the battlefield as the center, the area of thousands of square kilometers had almost become a forbidden zone for life. The sea creatures that had originally lived here were all wiped out overnight. Around the forbidden zone, there were reports that there were many demonized sea creatures wreaking havoc. As the host of the Ashes world, the scale of perpetual order naturally could not ignore this situation. In fact, before the war broke out, Keyes had already given the order to mobilize all forces. Even if the opponent this time might be the organized Legion of Devils, the other party had already attacked their own territory. With the temper of the Blue Dragon, how could he not fight back? At this moment, thousands of Leviathan beasts had all transformed into airships and approached the battlefield by means of high-altitude cruising. Keyes had prepared a big gift for those evil guests from afar, and was about to send it out. Codename Mountains and Rivers Unscathed. As an electromagnetic wave was transmitted into the receiver of the Firmindis, this airship transformed from an ancient dragon immediately ordered the other airships at the same time. A big hole opened in the belly of all the airships, revealing the big killer weapon inside. Chapter 10:20. Fire. Following the command from the Nefermindis, the launchers at the bottom of the belly compartments of the 6,625 Leviathan behemoths all shot out cylindrical missiles. Perhaps it was not appropriate to call them missiles, because they were all solid. What really gave them flight and destruction effects were actually the runes engraved on their surface. They were specially processed totem poles. The elemental shamans of the scale of perpetual order stayed up all night to fill all the totem poles in the warehouse of the Ash world with energy, and then fired them all at this moment. These totem poles were each 2 yards long and about a foot in diameter. They were all made of steel. Although the material was not those expensive magic metals, it was the most cost-effective. If converted into gold daggers, the total cost of nearly 200,000 steel pillars was only about 100,000. It should be known that the Ash world was not a lower realm where it was easy to obtain steel. There were many places with natural molten iron lakes. Although this plane had the scale of perpetual order and its technology was more advanced, its productivity was still not comparable to a world with real technology and prosperity. Therefore, it was very cost-effective to use 100,000 gold daggers, nearly a ton of gold, to exchange for more than 20,000 tons of steel. In particular, these steel pillars were made into totem poles and endowed with powerful destructive power. In order to facilitate mass production, each totem pole only had one type of runic formation engraved on it, frost trap. Each totem pole was 2 yards long, with a circle of runic formations every foot apart. There were 6 frost traps on each totem pole. The reason why this rune was chosen was because of the damage immunity of the Legion of Devils. Devils were immune to fire and acid damage. Although ultra-high temperatures could also kill devils, it was extremely energy-consuming. As for cold damage, only a few, such as the Batsa Devil, were immune to it. Most devils were not resistant to cold. Of course, if only one frost trap exploded near the devils, the demons of the lower realm would be able to endure it. But the problem was that the Leviathan behemoths launched more than 200,000 totem poles. In other words, there were more than 2 million frost traps activated at the same time, in the same place. At that very moment, as the temperature plummeted, many devils and Lindiria who were trying their best to take to the skies were directly frozen, their stiff bodies dropping onto the steel floor of the super-floating city. Just like a glass vase that fell to the ground, it was smashed into pieces with a kacha sound. The stronger demons and Lindiria managed to survive, but they were all injured. Many of them were physically blinded by the condensation of water in their eyes. In addition to the immediate impact of the frost trap's explosion, the rapid drop in temperature also caused a large cylindrical downdraft at the explosion point. The cold air dropped rapidly, causing a powerful sinking force to act on the super-floating city, directly slapping it down. And because it was still in an ascending state before, under the effect of inertia, large areas of cracks even appeared on the surface of this super-floating city that had been tempered. Even Barzub, who was controlling the core of the floating city and had fused with the soul-binding tower, was also slapped into dizziness. This powerful lord of hell even involuntarily spat out a dark green mist of blood from his mouth. Moreover, due to the rapid drop in temperature, many parts of his tough body had also suffered frostbite. No, inspecting his body that had become full of holes, Barzub roared angrily, "Unforgivable!" However, he immediately realized one thing. He was not the only one who had suffered this blow. The number of the Legion of Devils had plummeted from more than 2 million to less than 1 million. What was even more unbelievable was that because the magic flames on many of the hell fortresses had been extinguished, they had lost the ability to connect to the 9 prisons of Bader. The souls of the dead devils could not immediately return to the depths of hell to be reborn. The extreme coldness caused the air to appear layered and condensed, and the Brownian motion of various substances in this world was greatly reduced. This included the special substance known as the soul. Due to the body and soul as one nature, the souls of devils and other demons from the lower realm would dissipate in the material plane after their bodies were destroyed. Devils would return to the 9 prisons of Bader with a 100% chance, while demons had an extremely low probability of returning to the abyss. However, to be fair, devils that died in the material plane had to wait 99 years before they could be resurrected in Bader. Demons that could be resurrected in the abyss did not need that long, and their powers would not be weakened too much. The function of the hell fortresses was to speed up this process. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the hell fortresses could be considered a method of emergency treatment for the devils on the battlefield. However, due to the extreme cold, this method of emergency treatment on the battlefield had a huge loophole. Even the speed at which the dead devils' souls returned to the 9 prisons of Bader was shockingly slow, and this allowed Barzub to see an opportunity. Mine, they're all mine. After figuring this out, the Lord of the Flying Insects was instantly overjoyed. He activated the ability of the spirit-binding tower and began to attract the souls of the Batsu devil. A crimson halo suddenly appeared above Barzub's head. The sluggish souls on the battlefield seemed to have found their backbone in an instant, and all of them involuntarily moved closer to the halo above the Lord of the Flying Insect's head. If he could absorb the souls of more than 1 million devils, it should be known that these were not the souls of more than 1 million ordinary creatures. Although the demons from the lower realm were extremely evil, their souls were shockingly strong and tenacious. Barzub might be able to make the final decision and completely erase this legion of the devil from the world of ashes. Even Dispat's incarnation might not be able to escape back to the 9 prisons of Bader. However, there were no ifs in this matter. Since Keyes knew some of Barzub's details, how could he not have anticipated this before ordering the scale of perpetual order to attack these evil guests from afar? Giving aid to the enemy was a loss-making business, and Keyes had never done such a thing before. Decoy missiles, fire! The Neefman Dis once again issued an order. This time, only a few Leviathan behemoths with a few remaining totem poles obeyed the command of the command ship. A mere 2,000 steel totem poles once again shot toward the battlefield. However, they were just decoy missiles. The real trump card came from the launch cabin of the Neefman Dis, a silver-white metal totem pole that looked no different from an ordinary steel totem pole, and even its color was very similar. It was not conspicuous among the 2,000 decoy missiles. However, the actual material used to make it was genuine mithril. This specially made totem pole weighed more than 150 kilograms, which was close to twice the weight of an ordinary steel totem pole. Chapter 10:21. How destructive can this totem pole be? Snader asked Shay in astonishment. Although many parts of the totem pole were done by the steampunk Demolic, the core technology came from the historical heritage of the Wonder Craftsman. Very powerful. Shay adjusted the magic monocle on his eye. With this magical item, he was able to observe the mithril totem pole from hundreds of miles away. This is the final blow of the original Arbiter. Before the first confrontation between order and chaos, most of the outer plane was still filled with the primordial matter of chaos. At that time, the Wonder Craftsman forged the first batch of Reapers as a fearless army to attack the forces of chaos. These brave and powerful soldiers resolutely fought against the various powerful beings in the crazy sea of chaos. They tried to accelerate the process of increasing entropy and turn all matter they touched into chaos. It was because of the efforts of the Reapers that when the war between order and chaos gradually subsided, the existence of the outer plane was stabilized, and the irreversible process of increasing entropy in the multiverse was incorporated into a kind of order. Genderless, uncorrupted, untempted by power, and uninterested in pursuing individual strength, the near-perfect Reapers were a powerful vanguard to serve the world of order. Other than regularly returning to their birthplace to report to their creators, the Reapers did not have their own social structure. Moreover, almost every Reaper was tailor-made for a specific task, which was why most Reapers tended to act alone. The tasks of the Reapers varied from supervising and ensuring the implementation of an important contract or decree to bringing an end to mortals who prolonged their lives through unnatural means. Depending on the size of the mistake they wanted to correct and their attitude towards those who crossed the line, the Reapers had different ways of solving the problem. From casting a powerful command spell or a badge of justice to ensure that those who had bad intentions would return to the path of order, to giving those who were too arrogant a punishment that was relatively fair and in line with public order and good morals. Although their actions were always fair and just, the process was not always just. In the eyes of the Reapers, the sins of the good priests who conquered death and the freedom fighters who overthrew tyranny were no different from the sins of the necromancers and demon worshippers who dug up graves. If the former also affected the order, the Reapers would also mercilessly punish them. Even now, though the Arcanists had fallen, the Reapers created by their ancestors still operated normally in the multiverse. Almost every known Reaper would periodically appear in the physical realm. Most physical beings were unaware of their existence due to the long interval between each appearance, and carry out their original mission in some way, to track down any being that dared to defy the power of order, subjugate, or more often, end those beings that could threaten the order of the multiverse. Generally speaking, those who were familiar with the Reapers would regard the Sentinels as the most powerful type of Reapers. However, in the world of order, there were still some Reapers who were more powerful than the Sentinels. They were collectively known as the First Sanctioners. These divine weapons were among the first batch of weapons forged by the Oddsmiths to fight against powerful existences of chaos. Though the complete method of creating them had been lost today, some of the first Sanctioners that were still active had become legendary existences. Someone had once asserted that the Singularity, whose strength was comparable to a great divine power in the mechanical realm, was in First Sanctioner. Otherwise, the creator of the Demonsboro race would have no reason to strictly abide by the habit of sending a Demonsboro expedition to the Chaos Sea every 300 years. After all, doing so would have no direct effect on maintaining the order and stability of the multiverse, nor would it strengthen the power of the Singularity. The Demonsboro expedition was like a mission that the Singularity had to complete. of course, regarding the unsolved mystery of the multiverse as to whether he was in first sanctioner, the Singularity, who was killed by Orcus, one of the three heads of demons, not long ago, but everyone in the Demon's Burrow believed that their master would definitely return because the Demon's Burrow expedition would be carried out again in a few years, had never responded to any being. However, the Singularity did not deny it either. The power of the first sanctioners could be seen from this. Even with the full cooperation of the scale of perpetual order, Shea, a great engineer of the Oddsmiths, could not replicate and first sanctioner by himself, but he still achieved some results. For example, the mithril totem pole was the ultimate means used by the first sanctioners when they could not complete the mission with all their strength. Thousands of decoy missiles flew to the battlefield, and the surviving devils and Lindyria all noticed them. Unlike when they were at a loss when they suffered the first blow, they used all their means to stop the missiles. Fireballs, lightning bolts, acid missiles. The two sides of the battle chose to temporarily stop fighting and poured their spells on the decoy missiles. One after another, the decoy missiles were blown up in the air. Before they even entered the battlefield, the additional frost trap had already turned into fireworks in the sky. The scattered ice crystals flew in all directions, but they did not cause as much damage as the previous first blow. However, just when the devils and Lindyria thought that the crisis was over, the mithril totem pole, which was almost exactly the same as the ordinary decoy missiles, suddenly flashed. It was hit by a fireball, but it also triggered a special reaction mechanism on it. In the next second, the mithril totem pole appeared in the center of the super-floating city, in front of the insect, Lord Barzab. This is, a blazing light suddenly shot out, and the center of the floating city seemed to ignite another eternal blaze. The sudden explosion deafened all the creatures in the midst of battle, and before that, their eyes were already damaged by the strong flash. They became deaf and blind. Everything near the center of the explosion was instantly vaporized. Even the devils, who could bathe in magma and were naturally immune to fire damage, could not escape the fate of being directly vaporized by the terrifying heat if they were too close to the center of the explosion. Super sunburst. A second before the explosion, Shea took off the magic monocle on his face. Even though his current body was a half-mechanical, half-biological reaper, if he were to use a magical item to directly peek at the scene of the explosion of the mithril totem pole, his eyes that were carved out of rubies might be blinded by the intense light reflected from the totem pole. According to Lord Keyes, we have now finished the cleaning up of the small fries. Snader, who was standing next to Shea, ordered decisively. Because he was too excited, the mechanical prosthesis on the Demolica's body sounded a steam whistle when he spoke. The mission of Unscathed has basically been fulfilled. Next, he paused for a moment, then continued. The latest mobilization order of the Scales of Eternal Order. The Burial of Bones operation can be carried out now. Chapter 10:22. In the Great War that established the Alliance's reputation, the weapon of mass destruction that was called Messengers of Peace by later generations was used for the first time. The moment it appeared, it brought destruction to over 2 million evil Batsa creatures, souls from the lower realms, as well as an unknown number of evil biological weapons called Lindyria. At that moment, the balance between good and evil in the multiverse seemed to be affected. The great will that worships the power of good even blessed the paladins of the Alliance. After that battle, after witnessing the destructive power of the superweapon, the Alliance took the initiative to sign a non-proliferation treaty with the rulers of the vassal planes in order to appease them. In the form of a contract, it was stipulated that the Alliance would not take the initiative to use Messengers of Peace in any plane unless it was in war mode. However, after that, the upper echelons of the Alliance developed a thought. There is no problem or conflict that cannot be solved with a super sunburst. If it doesn't work, then do it again. Memorandum of the War on the Scale of Perpetual Order. The power of the super sunburst was straightforward. The moment it exploded, all matter within a radius of several kilometers was annihilated. The sudden explosion of terrifying positive energy caused steel, seawater, and other matter to evaporate into gas. A few seconds after the explosion, the seawater suddenly returned to the sea, and the seabed under the waves had all turned into frosted glass at this moment. The power of the super sunburst was absolute. Those who hadn't reached the level of gods, abominations, or even the lords of hell had all disappeared without a trace in this explosion. Even the souls of the devils that should have returned to the 9 prisons of Bader were torn apart by the violent energy reaction. As such, the souls that Barzab had been so happy to absorb had all turned into a dream, empty and white. Only a few living beings were left on the battlefield: Barzab, Despat, Phaeton, who had broken the seal by chance, 2 goblin gods, and a lone, desolate devil. Why was there still him? What ability did that Barbados have to be able to survive the super-scorching solar explosion? The survivors who could still think, in fact, only Barzab and Despat, had their own questions. Fortunately, their questions were immediately answered. Barbados, or rather, it was time to change his name, could no longer hold on after his avatar was severely damaged. He revealed his true form. A pair of terrifying horns protruded from its shriveled body. A humanoid creature with hellish red skin, horns, and wings replaced Barbados' ghoulish appearance. In his hand was a pitchfork with flames burning on it, as if it would never be extinguished. On his body, he was wearing a dark cloak that was so deep that it made one feel a little ethereal. So it's that old peddler. Barzab and Despat both had the same thought. They both recognized this old acquaintance, Lord Mephisto of the 8th level of the 9 prisons of Bader. The reason why they called Mephisto a peddler was naturally related to this guy's past. Unlike the other angels who had fallen into the 9 hells with the Astamors, Mephisto was just a small lawyer in Nessus when he first arrived in Bader. However, he did have a way with lawsuits. In the era when the Codex of Hell was still incomplete, Mephisto had almost a 100% success rate in any case he took on. Although there was definitely something fishy about this, it was undeniable that Mephisto was quite talented in understanding the Batsa Devil's laws. It was precisely because of this that the Lord of 9 Hells had left a position for Mephisto in the advisory team when he was compiling and repairing the Codex of Hell. From then on, Mephisto began to prosper. First, he became the chief judge of Nessus. Then, he cleverly used a lawsuit to seize the authority of the 8th level of the 9 prisons of Bader, which had almost been forgotten by all the devils. He replaced it and became the Lord of Cania, the 8th level of the 9 prisons of Bader. Perhaps on account of his contribution in compiling the Codex of Hell, there were also some high-level devils who guessed that Mephisto had left himself a back door. When he was compiling the Codex of Hell, Mephisto was not severely punished by the Astamors after the footing the bill riot that affected the 9 Hells ended in failure. This guy only symbolically donated a portion of his assets to rebuild the 9 prisons of Bader. After that, he sat firmly on the throne and continued his rule over the Cania plain. In comparison, his punishment was even lighter than Despat's. The latter's punishment for footing the bill was that he had to use all the factories in the Displane to produce and deliver all kinds of military equipment to the acting lord of the 1st level for free for a whole 100,000 years. One could imagine how much Barzab, who had been punished by the super malicious transformation spell after the footing the bill riot, hated this former ally of his. Until today, the winged insect Lord still believed that the failure of the footing the bill was very likely due to Mephisto's betrayal at the end. You sneaky scoundrel, you finally walked out of your red-carpeted, ice-sealed fortress with hot springs. Come on, none of you are leaving today. When enemies met, their eyes were especially red. When he saw Barbados turn into Mephisto, Barzub's eyes were red. However, since dawn, these great devils' luck seemed to have been a little bad. While Barzub was shouting crazily, another strange round object fell rapidly from the vast sky. This was meteor burst? The lords of Bader all furrowed their brows, unable to make up their minds at the moment. Originally, this was just like the meteor burst that the pit fiends often summoned. It wasn't enough to cause them to be wary. Even if meteor burst was a terrifying spell, it wasn't much of a threat to them. However, the lessons of the past were still vivid in their minds. The frost trap totem pole that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, as well as the super sunburst that had caused despair to explode. They didn't dare to underestimate this thing that had just appeared. It can't be a god falling from the sky, right? The two goblin avatars that had been ignored by the leaders of the 9 prisons of Bader muttered softly to each other. The bugbear god, Hrughek, was somewhat hesitant. Although he was the first god to agree to Despat's request to attack Barzub, he was now thinking of retreating. Chapter 10:23. Hrughek and Kugakuba, the 2 gods, had been tormented by the series of upheavals that had happened in the span of a dozen hourglasses. Otherwise, they would not have come up with such unrealistic ideas. Did it have to be a god that fell from the sky? The answer was, of course, no. Moreover, the meteor-like thing did not hit the wreckage of the floating city at all. Instead, it turned a corner and fell into the sea. The water column that rose into the sky stunned all the gods and lords of hell. Abomination Phaeton did not think much of it. Their minds were full of question marks now. Just a moment ago, when they had discovered the meteor, they had been waiting for a great enemy, but in the end, they had been waiting for nothing. That's it? Did it miss its target? The answer to this question was still no. In fact, ever since they had arrived in the world of ashes, these big shots in the multiverse had actually made many mistakes in their predictions. As one of the backup plans that Keyes had carefully prepared, how could it make such a low-level mistake? That black, meteorite-like object wasn't meant to be used to smash people. After falling into the sea, the surface temperature of its surface dropped rapidly, and dense cracks instantly covered the surface of the sphere-like metal. However, these cracks were not random. They were caused by thermal expansion and contraction of the metal surface. Although they were densely packed, if one carefully looked at all the cracks, they could still see some patterns. At the same time, some liquid, silvery-white glossy substance began to seep into the surface of the sphere-like metal from these cracks. "It's my turn." Keyes, who was hiding in the ruins of the main island city, had been monitoring this metal lump that the demons thought was a meteor. When it began to leak at the bottom of the sea, the blue dragon, who had been prepared, immediately cast a spell. This spell did not work on himself because he was in the state of a quantum observer. In theory, he was an existence of a higher dimension than reality. Ordinary magic and psionic powers basically had no effect on him. So the target of this spell was actually the gravitational slingshot. As a divine artifact created by dragon god Io, although Keyes had been using it to promote his own development, its real function was, as the name suggested, a slingshot. Io had used it to successfully launch the Megalosaurus race to various planes of the multiverse. Now, Keyes was launching himself. More accurately, he was using this gravitational slingshot to jump himself, who had not yet left the state of a quantum observer, into the metal lump that had fallen from the sky. This kind of jump was different from the teleportation of magic or psionic powers. Keyes himself did not move or change in spatial coordinates. What was launched was just his concept of existence. To understand it in another way, it was equivalent to the launch event, and Keyes appeared at the destination simultaneously. Appearing out of thin air in the extremely special and terrifyingly dense metal lump was tantamount to murder flesh and blood creatures, or sealing incorporeal creatures for other forms of life. In short, there would be no good outcome. But for Keyes, who was in the state of a quantum observer, the situation was very different. He was jumped into the metal lump by the gravitational slingshot. The most vivid analogy was uploading an intelligent control program to a computer server. Keyes was the intelligent program, and the metal lump was his hardware carrier. The two merged into one, and the metal lump immediately became something similar to an avatar. It was similar to the avatars created by the gods, but the principle of creation was not the same. It was actually more similar to the way the wizard craftsmen created the first sanctioners in ancient times. Phew. After calming down, Keyes used a few seconds to adapt to his new body. I still have to wait for some time, or the evolution won't be so complete. However, with this avatar of mine, it shouldn't be a problem for me to play with those fellows. With his thoughts, the shape of the metal lump that was oozing silver-white liquid substance also changed rapidly. The cracks that appeared on the surface before were the places where the metal lump twisted and split. Because the cracks covered the entire surface, the entire metal lump was changing shape. It should be called him, because he was now Keyes. He slowly grew limbs and a head, gradually turning into a humanoid form. Of course, this humanoid form was only relatively speaking. The final appearance of this metal lump was still a black metal construct. This construct was made of black metal, and its body was covered with spikes and armor. A few forging furnaces were burning on its head and back. On the surface of its body, there were bright silver lines. These thin lines were all expensive mithril. In terms of pure mass, they were actually more than the mithril totem launched by the Nefermindis. They were like nerves connecting all parts of the construct, and there was even a large amount of liquid mithril metal that had not yet formed inside its body. With mithril as the meridians, the muscles and bones of Keyes' construct would naturally not be shabby. The black metal was actually all adamantine. In fact, if this golem was not filled with a large amount of mithril, it would not be an exaggeration to call it an adamantine golem. Made of the hardest and most precious material, it was a deadly work of art. It could crush the life of any enemy that hindered it, and it was almost impossible to destroy it permanently. It was also immune to most known spells. Just building an adamantine golem required a large amount of adamantine. It was so precious that most worlds did not have enough resources, if not for the wealth of the scale of perpetual order and the acquisition channel of Sigil City. Historically, most of the makers of adamantine golems had to go to the elemental plane of Earth or the distant outer plane to painstakingly collect the raw materials used to build the golem's body. Therefore, in terms of value alone, Keyes' avatar, which had a large amount of adamantine and mithril, was even more expensive than the avatars created by many great divine powers. It had the indestructible characteristics of the adamantine golem, and at the same time, it also had the agility and abundant power of the mithril golem. In addition, among the creators of this avatar, there was Shay, a great engineer of the Wonder Craftsman. So it also contained the unique technology of the original reapers of the Wonder Craftsman. It's decided then. Keyes held the palm of his new body and twisted his head that was staring at the forging furnace. This construct's avatar will be called the Arcane Golem. The name was very ordinary, and Keyes really did not have the talent for naming. However, as the saying went, there's meat in a bun, but not in the folds. The terrifying combat power of the Arcane Golem would not be reduced in any way because of this ordinary name. In fact, His stunning performance soon opened the eyes of the few big shots present. Chapter 10:24. Thump, thump, thump. Following the same rhythm as the Cloud Palace Shuanin, Keys's mystery golem avatar rushed out of the water with a swoosh. Pieces of hexagonal adamantine armor that were as smooth as mirrors formed his skin, shining brightly under the light of the rising sun. He held a heavy warhammer in his hand, which was hammer that was originally wrapped in a metal lump. At this moment, the mice energy core of the dragon-headed warhammer, which had been in his mouth all this time, had been integrated into the body of the mystery golem, providing it with power. Adamantine was the flesh, mithril was the bones, and it contained the mice energy core, as well as a special soul in the form of a quantum observer. The essence golem had become a war machine through and through, although it did not look ferocious on the outside. It actually had the power to destroy the world. Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. Keys used the pure common language of the Ash world to sincerely greet the big shots present. Those present were either gods, demigod powers, or abominations. Therefore, they could all understand what Keys was saying. However, they did not really understand. What is the origin of this thing? This golem is a native force of the Ash world. I was careless and underestimated the scale of perpetual order. In the blink of an eye, the big shots like Barzub and Despat were all commenting on Keys's golem avatar. However, only the Lord of Flying Insects, who had some understanding of the Ash world, guessed the truth of the matter. I'm afraid that the two terrifying attacks just now were also the handiwork of the scale of perpetual order. However, according to the information obtained by Bardo's secret agent and the Dark Elves, the scale of perpetual order has never sent out such a powerful golem before, right? Isn't the strongest combat power among them the mutated dragon that participated in the 2 bloody battles? Barzub was puzzled. However, in Keys's opinion, the overlord of the flying insects knew too much. Although he didn't think that Barzub would be generous enough to share information with the other guys present, this possibility still existed. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, the first person Keys looked for was Barzub. In any case, you're the one who started the trouble in my territory. It's reasonable for me to settle the score with you first. In the state of the quantum observer, Keys's current existence was a higher dimensional creature that had transcended reality. If time was also regarded as a kind of entropy, his thought process wouldn't actually cause an increase in entropy. The only thing that was delayed was the little effort that his consciousness needed to spend to control the incarnation. That was why he was basically the fastest golem in the multiverse. Before those big shots could react, Keys had already arrived in front of Barzub. Even if he didn't use any teleportation or flash spells, he still left a series of afterimages in his path, followed by a violent sonic boom. Have a taste of my hammer. Keys roared. He held the handle of the dragon head warhammer tightly with both hands and smashed it hard at the overlord of the flying insects that had fused with the spirit binding tower. As he swung the hammer, the shape of hammer changed accordingly. The dragon head of the hammer swelled, and the handle continued to elongate. The angular velocity of the hammer was already very fast, but the linear velocity of the hammer increased by a few notches. The dragon head of the warhammer opened to an exaggerated angle, as if it wanted to bite its enemy. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't take it head on. You'll be seriously injured. Seeing Keys attack, Barzub was alarmed. However, because he had fused with the spirit binding tower, it wasn't that convenient for him to move. Therefore, the overlord of the flying insects could only try his best to control the floating city wreckage that was its foundation, and try his best to avoid being hit by the dragon head warhammer. At the same time, He also used all his strength to cast a magic shield, and the deflection force field covered his body, causing him to flicker with a light blue halo. The hammerhead that had expanded to the radius of the spirit-binding tower finally hit Barzub. It was accompanied by a dull sound, as if someone had used a laundry hammer to hit leather that had been soaked for many days. A large patch of bruises appeared on the Overlord of Hell's waist. If it wasn't for the deflection force field that changed the angle of the dragon head warhammer strike, the Overlord of Hell would have suffered more damage. However, just like how Barzub reacted to the attack, Keyes also had a backup plan when he swung the hammer. Barzub, who was covered by the deflection force field, felt like he had been lathered in soap. When the dragon head warhammer hit him, it slid to the side with a whoosh. However, it quickly turned around and circled back like an agile loach. On top of that, the vicious blow to Barzibu's waist just now made his already sluggish figure even worse. Hammer easily circled it once, and then again. Of course, in the process of being tied up, it wasn't as if Barzub hadn't tried to untie himself. However, how could Keyes' incarnation of the mystic golem just sit by and watch? After absorbing the mice energy core into its body, the mystic golem had become a magic cannon. In theory, it could fire unlimited shots without worrying about overloading. Spell Extreme, Shadow Forging. Keyes swung his left hand down heavily, as if he had hit something in the air. Then, the shadow under Barzub's body suddenly flickered like an exploding candle flame. Then, the shadow seemed to be pulled by a pair of invisible hands and dragged below the surface of the sea, connecting to the seabed of the ash world. Barzub was fixed in place by Keyes. Although it was not impossible for him to break free with his strength, he would permanently lose a part of his shadow. Moreover, because this shadow forging broke the boundary between the ash world and the shadow plane, Barzub seemed to be fixed on the seabed, but in fact, he was fixed on the shadow plane, which was one with two sides with most of the material world, so if he tore his own shadow to break free, his lost shadow would fall into the shadow plane. That was not a place where good men and women lived. From a certain point of view, the shadow plane was a place that was even stranger than the lower realms. In addition to the shadow creatures, there were many evil gods and demons in the 9 prisons of Bader and the Abyss who were not successful. They all lived in the shadow plane. If Barzub's shadow was lost in the shadow plane, it might be used by other people who were confident. Although the insect lord did not know what kind of shadow monster could affect the Lord of Hell, he still did not dare to take the risk. Chapter 10:25. Barzub was one step behind. Although shadow forging did not directly affect space like dimensional anchor and dimensional interference, it was more effective against demons like the winged insect overlord that came to the material plane with its true body. He had to be careful when he moved his body, let alone use teleportation to escape. He was afraid that the shadow forging spell would tear off part of his shadow and lose it in the shadow plane. Changing from a moving target to a stationary target made it easier for Keyes. The incarnation of the Essence Devil statue let out a thunderous laugh, and the arm that held the dragon head hammer twisted with great force. Warhammer Mystery, ring-cutting technique. Hammer, which was tightly bound to Barzub's body like a rope, changed its shape again. Many sharp teeth grew out of the side, close to Barzub's body, and the dragon head bit down on the handle of the hammer. Asterisk creak, creak. Asterisk, the head of the dragon head warhammer transformed into a new mechanical structure. Like gears, it bit into the saw teeth on the handle of the hammer and tightened the handle of the hammer that was tied to Barzub's body bit by bit. Keyes pulled the dragon head warhammer with all his might, as if he was using a sharp circular sawtooth blade to cut into Barzub's body that had become one with the spirit-binding tower. In an instant, A large amount of broken obsidian shards appeared on the base of the pyramid-shaped spirit-binding tower, and they fell into the sea below. Although he spoke a lot, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Feeling the intense pain on his body, the archdevil of Bator came to his senses and shouted, "You're asking for death. Let me go," and other similar words. However, if threats were effective, what was the point of attacking? Keyes was not moved at all. Instead, he increased the strength of the ring-cutting technique, as if he wanted to break the foundation of the spirit-binding tower. Interesting. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, even if it's temporary. Now that things had developed to this point, the others present, excluding the abomination Phaeton, the second suzerain despot, the two goblin gods' avatars, and Mephistos, who had just revealed his true form, all had different thoughts. The Iron Duke, who had been too low-key in the past and was often ignored by the demons of the 9 prisons of Bator, was the first to express his attitude with action. "Let me give you a hand." Despat's words were law. His figure flashed twice in an instant, appearing on both sides of Barzub's body. He used his scepter and smashed the arms of the insect overlord's true body. The latter was struggling to break free from Keyes' grip, but he was hit twice by Despot. His 2 arms immediately lost their strength, and 2 bruises appeared on his skin that was as hard as diamond. Not only that, but due to the special effects of Despat's scepter, lead gray marks continued to spread around the bumps. Despot had targeted Barzub's 2 arms, especially the joints, with extreme hardening causing them to become stiff and unable to exert strength. "Let's kill this slug first." Originally, after being oppressed by the Legion of the Devil, the god of goblin slavery, Kergobia, was full of resentment towards the Batsu of the lower realm. However, the god of bugbears sent him a telepathic message and promised him some benefits. With this, the 2 gods' avatars were finally united, turning into 2 streaks of light and attacking Barzub from both sides. The god of bugbears, Hrughek, was the most direct. He held up a shield pieced together from the skulls of various powerful magical beasts with one hand, while his other hand raised a mace that he often used, smashing it at the insect overlord's face. Every time the shield struck, one of the skulls on the shield would shatter. Then, a magical beast would climb onto Barzub's gigantic body, constantly gnawing, tearing, and unleashing all sorts of innate abilities. Every time the mace struck, Barzub would fall into a state of trembling for a short period of time. Although this lasted for a long time, not even a second, it could not stop Hrughek from using his divine power as if it was free, desperately increasing his attack speed. Barzub was trembling intermittently for a short period of time, unable to cast any spells to protect himself or resist. He could only rely on the defensive spells that he had cast on himself to withstand the various attacks of the enemy. The god of goblin slavery did not have a deep hatred for Barzub like Hrughek did. In addition, he had suffered losses at the hands of Despat's army. Therefore, even if he agreed to Hrughek's conditions, he was not as ferocious as the latter. He did not approach Barzub to attack. Instead, he stood in the air tens of feet away from the insect overlord, waving his whip at it. Kergobia's whip made cracking sounds. Although the damage caused by each strike was average, it actually struck the various spell nodes of Barzub's defensive spells. The whip of the god of goblin slavery had the special effect of releasing a brand of slavery when it struck. With the support of his divine power, his brand of slavery could even achieve enslavement spells. Due to the difference in power, Kergobia's brand of slavery could not affect the spells that Barzub cast on himself too much. However, just like what Hrughek had done, many grains of sand would build a tower, and many little grains would make an ocean. The quantitative change caused a qualitative change. Something that one whip could not do with a brand of slavery did not mean that 10 or 100 lashes could not do it. Like a spinning top, Kergobia's whip spun around Barzub's body, lashing out at least once every second. This continuous whipping finally had its effect. The defensive spells that the insect overlord had cast for itself were damaged due to the enslavement of the spell nodes. Therefore, they began to lose their original effectiveness one by one. It could not replenish itself with new defensive spells, and the old ones were decreasing. Its body was constantly being cut by Kiza's circumcision. It wanted to break free, but it had fallen into its old rival's sinister trap. It might be an exaggeration to say that Barzub's current situation was the most dangerous moment, but it would not be a problem to say that it was so bad that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, Mephisto, who had been silent ever since he revealed his true form, a completely different person from the only Barbados who was like a mad dog earlier, stopped watching. The Lord of Cania, the 8th level of the 9 prisons of Bader, also took action against his old rival and neighbor. However, this fellow was obviously thinking more. Chapter 10:26. Mephisto was definitely an old fogey. While everyone else was focused on killing Barzub, this fellow had actually set his sights on Keys. Perhaps it was out of fear of the enigmatic golem, or perhaps he was simply a born traitor, but this 8th lord, who was famous for his curses, not only cursed the winged insect lord, he also cast a strike golem spell on Keys, which had the super magical effect of spell maximization. Of course, his actions were rather subtle, harming the enemy invisibly, which was also a sign of his superb curses. Without any sound or light effects, Mephisto just silently glanced at Keys, and hundreds of small gears created by spells were inserted into the body of the enigmatic golem. Because of the characteristics of this spell, the gears were unreasonably hard. So if any other golem were to be hit, the mechanical structure in its body would be damaged during operation, resulting in a breakdown, collapse, and other accidents. However, Keys' enigmatic golem avatar did not have too many mechanical structures like an ordinary adamantine or mithril golem, due to the use of the liquid metal manufacturing process of the wizards and the energy distribution method of the reapers. After being hit and feeling the abnormality in his body, Keys' soul in the quantum state was suddenly activated, and the gears that did not belong to his original body structure were all ejected out of his body through the slender holes formed out of thin air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out continuously, and the other demons and gods present also understood what had happened to Keys. You can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things. Even though the 8th Lord, Mephisto, was his ally on the surface, Despat still made such a judgment of him. What is that fellow doing? Why must he destroy our unity? The two gods exchanged glances. There's actually such a good thing. Barzub was overjoyed and even wanted to praise his old rival. Seeing that the enigmatic golem's head had turned 180 degrees to look at him, and that the furnace on top of its head was also emitting steam as if it was angry, Mephisto immediately wanted to use his best method of explanation to temporarily appease Keys. However, before he could finish the word explanation, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the chest of the enigmatic golem. Immediately after, a crimson light as thick as a bucket shot out from this eye, rushing towards the 8th Lord. Mephisto hurriedly cast a magic dispelling ray to counter Keys while casting a defensive spell on himself. However, something inexplicable happened. After the crimson ray of light was immune to the magic dispelling ray, which was also very unusual, but powerful spellcasters were still able to do it. When it came into contact with Mephisto's prismatic shield, it actually didn't cause any ripples in the shield. That's impossible. Mephisto's heart trembled. Mephisto was shocked because theoretically, The rainbow shield could weaken the power of any destructive spell by reacting with it. However, Key's spell looked like a magic dispelling ray, but it was not at all. It was just an ordinary laser. It had nothing to do with the spell. The spell's effect was actually on the enigmatic golem. Keyes had only used a spell to create a laser emitter in front of his chest. Moreover, not only that, the energy level of this laser beam was actually not high, so much so that the rainbow shield did not react. Its real function was only to point out the target. Keyes was pointing out the target of attack to a team of allies who had descended from the sky. This sky referred to the heavens, who said that only one could fight against this group of unorthodox demons. With the scale of perpetual order as his backing, how could Keyes just foolishly charge into the battle alone? He found some external help. Or, to put it more accurately, Quess had obtained some cheating support through the paladin under his command, who was favored by the power of reverence. Together with Jensen and the 7 heavenly realm creatures, they instantly jumped out of the red laser beam. Those towering humanoid creatures had topaz eyes, metal-like skin, and 3 pairs of white wings. Anyone who had some understanding of the heavens and heavenly creatures could tell at a glance what race they belonged to. After all, the blazing angel servants were too famous. The blazing angel servants were the highest level of angels. As the name implied, as angel servants, they usually served the gods or devoted themselves to great deeds that could benefit the entire world or plane. The typical blazing angel servants looked similar to humans, but there were some who looked more like other humanoid creatures in appearance. There were even some blazing angel servants who had even more peculiar appearances. The blazing angel servants were 9 feet tall and weighed 900 pounds. Their voices were loud and powerful and could not be ignored. Most blazing angel servants had silver or gold skin. Those who had some knowledge of the planes would mistakenly think that the blazing angel servants of the heavens could be compared to the pit fiends of the 9 prisons of Bader, or the bailers of the bottomless abyss. But in reality, if one did not consider the bonuses of their professions, the former was actually much stronger than the latter two. In fact, someone had once seen the following record in a secret scroll hidden in Candlefort. Although the blazing angel servants are not gods, it is very likely that they can be promoted to divinity as long as they are willing, unlike other angels who have to worship the gods to obtain the ability to use divine arts. The blazing angel servants seem to be able to obtain the ability to use divine arts from worshiping a certain concept, domain of divinity. If the gods go against their own beliefs, the blazing angel servants under them may not maintain the same blind loyalty as other angels. Of course, the above was only a legend. However, this indeed confirmed the extraordinariness of the blazing angel servants from another perspective. They had a series of magical abilities bestowed by the heavens, and their spellcasting ability was on par with the most powerful priests' legendary professions. They did not need to use their full strength to slaughter powerful demons. Moreover, they were the best trackers of the heavens. It was said that even if a bailer flew past the astral plane a day ago, the blazing angel servants, who were the best at tracking, would be able to follow its trail and catch up to it. Newly born blazing angel servants would usually take on the responsibility of killing monsters for the sake of training themselves. They would hunt down powerful devils and undead, including pit fiends, bailers, and liches. They would even venture deep into the planes of evil and negative energy, eliminating these evil beings from their roots to prevent them from harming the mortal realm in the future. As they grew older, most of the blazing angel servants were able to successfully complete this mission. Some of the more radical and powerful blazing angel servants would even personally reduce certain monsters to endangered species, obtaining the corresponding monster's title of Slayer. Apart from hunting monsters, the blazing angel servants were also very willing to take on the responsibility of guardians, protecting the basic concepts of the supernatural world, important objects, or important people. For example, in a certain material plane, a group of blazing angel servants guarded the energy of the sun, vigilantly guarding against evil races such as the drow that extinguished the light and plunged the world into eternal darkness. Another example was that in another world, 7 blazing angel servants supervised 7 mythical chains. These chains bound the evil gods in a semi-planar prison. In another world, a blazing angel servant wielded a sword of scarlet flame, guarding the side of a crack in negative energy that was accidentally torn open, preventing the monsters of the negative energy plane from entering the material plane. Sometimes, if the gods were unable to materialize into physical bodies in certain worlds, they would send blazing angel servants to act as prophets and religious leaders, often in the form of mortals, turning small faiths into large religions. Similarly, in worlds where evil wreaked havoc, the blazing angel servants would often play the role of secret priests, bringing hope to the oppressed. They would even voluntarily sacrifice themselves, letting their divine essence spread throughout the world and seep into the hearts of those who were about to become heroes. Although they were not gods, the power of the blazing angel servants was still close to that of a demigod, and they often provided advice to young gods and weak gods. In some polytheistic faiths, mortals even worship one or more of the seraphs. They regard the famous emissaries as children, companions, lovers, or consorts of the gods. They are even regarded, if the gods allow it, as almost equal to the true God as a subordinate god. Unlike other angels, the blazing angel servants were originally born from a mixture of good souls and pure divine energy, and were directly sent to serve the gods by the power of virtue. However, there were also some younger blazing sky god servants who were promoted from Star World god servants or Star World god servants to blazing sky god servants. There were also very few strong and good souls that were directly promoted to blazing angel servants. As for the oldest blazing angel servants, they were all divine beings that were first concretized by the power of virtue, and they appeared earlier than any other mortal creatures, and even most gods. These rare blazing angel servants were the heroes of their race, and they rarely came into contact with mortals or even gods. Instead, they focused on protecting or destroying abstract concepts such as neutrality, dark matter, entropy, and the origin of evil, etc. Because they were terrifyingly powerful, these older blazing sky divine servants often fought alone. However, sometimes these seniors would also organize some younger generations to form a battle group. Of course, they didn't really want them to charge into battle, but to impart their own ideals to these younger generations. Only very few mortals could get in touch with such a blazing angel servant battle group, and coincidentally, the sacred samurai Jensen was one of those very few. Previously, the Scales of Eternal Order had used 2 waves of attacks to destroy more than 3 million evil demons, and they were completely killed, making it impossible for them to return to the 9 prisons of Bader to be reborn. The will of the power of virtue was about to boil over, and the sacred samurai Jensen, who was already favored, received even more favor. Unknowingly, several battle groups formed entirely of blazing angel servants, all sent over the other party's goodwill, expressing their willingness to fight alongside the sacred samurai. At this moment, Mephisto's tricked keys, and the young blue dragon naturally wouldn't let this happen. He directly gave Jensen an order, opening a path for him to jump through the light, allowing him and an entire blazing angel servant battle group to descend in front of Mephisto's. "Do you always stab me in the back, you slippery old coin?" Quest complained in his heart, being targeted by a group of powerful blazing angel servants. Mephisto's would be skinned even if he didn't die. Chapter 10:27. To be honest, Mephisto was also dumbfounded. Wasn't it just a strike golem stabbing an ally in the back? Wasn't that a very demonic thing to do? Summoning a heavenly creature like the blazing divine servant, and summoning 7 of them at once to gang up on him. A lord of hell who had made a name for himself with sharp words. In Mephisto's opinion, Keys's actions were completely immoral. Looking at the 8th suzerain, who was being greeted by 3 or 4 giant swords in the air, being on guard against the evil slashing slash that would accompany every attack as if it was free, and having to be careful of the killing arrow that would sneak in from time to time, as well as the holy vengeance and holy words that could be released on him at any time, Quest was finally relieved. Give it to me. A terrifying smile appeared on the essence golem's face, and it let out a thunderous laugh. How dare you come to the Ash world and behave so atrociously? You gods and lords of hell, each and every one of you, stay and nourish this material world. At the same time, Keys once again tightened his grip on the handle of the dragon, head warhammer in his hand. He used so much strength that due to the conservation of momentum, the essence golem rushed towards the tightly bound Barzab like a meteor. Rumble, because the body of the essence golem was stronger than the soul-binding tower made of obsidian. After a violent collision, Keys's incarnation directly smashed into the pyramid-shaped base of the essence golem. If it was before, under the protection of layers of protective spells, Keys would not have been able to succeed. It was a pity that Barzab was unable to cast new spells under the constant attacks of the 2 avatars, and his old defensive spells were unable to be repaired even if they were damaged. This gave Keys a chance to directly attack the root of the problem. The perfect soul prism in the soul-binding tower has already given birth to an autonomous consciousness similar to the broken magic crystal. Although it was tricked by Barzab in the end, and everything went to someone else, that consciousness actually still had a trick up its sleeve. It used a spell similar to the Mind Demon Seed to possess a gold-swallowing beast that was trapped in the House of Gold when Barzab arrived. It's now in hibernation, scheming to take back everything it has. Moreover, it also has a grudge against Barzab. Keys already had his own plan. When Keys was in the gravitational slingshot and maintained the state of quantum observer, he had been scanning the 7th Lord with gravitational waves. In the end, he really found a flaw that had a high probability of killing the 7th Lord. This flaw was located in Barzab's body. Not long ago, when exploring Zal's city and entering the soul-binding tower, among the companions that followed Keys, one of them summoned a gold-swallowing beast named Cha-Cha. Because there was an emergency in the spirit-binding tower, Quest forcefully opened a teleportation gate and brought his companions out. But the gold-swallowing beast, Cha-Cha, ran too far and lost the opportunity to leave. Along with some Taurens, demons, dark elves, and blasphemous priests, it was absorbed into the body of Barzab, who suddenly arrived in the Ash world. The Lord of the Flying Insects was not a country bumpkin. The moment it arrived, it cleaned up these little things in its body. Those Taurens, demons, dark elves, and blasphemous priests were all targeted by Barzab. As for the gold-swallowing beast, because it was a magic beast, its intelligence was similar to that of a wild beast, so it was lucky enough to pass Barzab's spell judgment. Of course, even so, when Barzab completely merged with the soul-binding tower, the gold-swallowing beast, Cha-Cha, was almost squeezed into meat paste by the powerful flesh and blood cells that the Lord of the Flying Insects had merged into the wall. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the strange tower spirit that was almost like a broken magic crystal, which was killed by Barzab, found Cha-Cha. It used its special ability to merge the fragments of its consciousness into the gold-swallowing beast's mind. It was also with its knowledge and understanding of the soul-binding tower that Cha-Cha was able to hide in Barzab's body for a night without being discovered, except for Keys, who used the cheating observation method. Even Barzab himself could not discover such a little thing like cha-cha. Just as Keys was rampaging in Barzab's body, the battle situation on the super-floating city outside changed abruptly again. Keys was the most particular about fairness, and he would not favor one and discriminate against the other, and only leave a big gift for Mephisto, even if that bastard sneaked up on him. A few figures suddenly appeared out of thin air again. The burly ogre, Neru, who was wearing a storm-kinetic skeleton, and was about half the size of Barzab's true body, appeared directly beside the immobile lord of the flying insects. As soon as he appeared, the mountain-like ogre slapped Barzab with his fist. Bang! It was loud and crisp. Barzab's face, which looked like a fallen angel, instantly swelled up. Even with the self-healing ability of his true body, this injury could not be healed quickly. After all, Neru had already taken a part of the ogre god's divinity, and he had now become a demigod. Even if he was not as powerful as the Lord of Hell, the damage he could cause with his divine power was on the same level as the gods. Divine power could change reality. In order to break the influence caused by divine power, one had to use energy of the same or even higher level. Unless Barzab could break free from his shackles and use the power of hell to remove the pain, the bruises on his face would not disappear normally. Well done. To be honest, the sudden appearance of such a giant godlike figure did indeed scare the two goblin gods around Barzab. However, when they saw Neru slap the lord of the flying insects, they did think that this ogre god was an ally. However, this was purely overthinking. Just because Neru had beaten up Barzab, it did not mean that he could not continue to beat up other gods. The ogre did not give the two goblins any chance to flatter him. He quickly stretched out his two hands and grabbed Hrughek and Kogopia, one on the left and one on the right. Divine art, equal duel. He then roared. The two avatars and the ogre disappeared at the same time. Taking everything into account, Nalu had only appeared for a few seconds. All of them were teleported to a fair arena for their duel. In that space, both sides of the duel could not use spells, divine spells, or psionic powers. They could only rely on their fists, legs, and weapons to fight in hand-to-hand combat. After being teleported in, the two gods instantly understood the rules of the gladiator battle. And they also found a loophole in this divine spell, because they were weak gods and Lu was only a demigod. This equal gladiator battle could only last for about half a minute at most. However, although one of their avatars was a tall and strong bugbear, and the other was a powerful earth goblin, the fair opponent they had to face in this half a minute was a giant ogre that was over 60 feet tall. As long as the ogre punched, they had to fight back. This was the only way to be considered fair. Chapter 10:28. All these sudden changes caused Dispat to be in a bit of a mess. This second lord was now in a bit of a mess. Don't worry about them. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Now, you should worry about your own problem. Dispat frowned. The scepter in his hand quickly rotated half a circle and suddenly touched himself. Like the other things that the scepter had touched before, Dispat's body also began to change into a steel material. The second lord was naturally not harming himself. He was brushing another layer of shield on himself. Moreover, after being tempered, his body was different from the other things touched by the scepter. He could still move freely like before. It was not very scientific, but it was very magical. In fact, his reaction was indeed quite timely, because at the same time that his body was tempered, a cluster of sparks burst out from his skin, accompanied by an ear-piercing, scratching sound. A long saber, like a crescent moon, appeared beside him out of thin air. The blade was like a slippery loach, coiling around Dispat's skin. Disgusting swordsmanship, the second lord's figure retreated quickly. He hated the feeling of being licked by the blade. However, as he moved, the scimitar first disappeared, and then appeared beside his body like a shadow. For a moment, he could not see the opponent's attack method clearly. This was because Brock did not have a physical body at the moment. The Desert Elf Sound Warlock had completely hidden in sound. Only when he attacked would he turn his saber into a saber. His saber was as fast as the wind and as aggressive as the fire. Despat, who was facing the attack, felt as if he was in a sandstorm. Up, down, left, right, in every direction, there were shadows of the saber swaying at every moment. What was even more surprising was that the weapon in his enemy's hand was so extraordinary. Although it was not at the level of a divine weapon, it was at least enchanted with sharpness, sturdiness, paralysis, poison, magic break, and more than a dozen other magic effects. Considering the difficulty of stacking multiple spells on top of each other, creating such a weapon would be comparable to creating a real divine artifact. The dense slashes had broken many layers of protective spells. If Despat had not decisively tempered himself, the second Lord's body would have been bleeding by now. That's enough. It was obviously not Despat's style to take a beating without fighting back. Seeing that it was difficult to use conventional methods to resist the enemy, he used his trump card. The mutated Bigby force field gushed out in all directions with his body as the center. Suddenly, it repelled all macroscopic and microscopic substances, including sand, dust, air, and so on, forming a small spherical vacuum around him. Sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum, and the Desert Elf Blatch's surprise attack was stopped in an instant. Not only that, but Despat also waved his scepter fiercely. This strike did not seem to touch anything, but it still caused the air and dust on the surface of the vacuum ball to be tempered. Gotcha! Looking at the human-shaped fold on the surface of the vacuum sphere, when the tempered reaction occurred, Brock, who had turned into sound, was also affected and directly peeled off from sound form to its original form. Despat roared excitedly. Order, death! Finger of death! Phantom killer! As if it was free, the second Lord cast more than 10 spells in one breath, all of which bombarded the human-shaped fold. Even so, he still felt a little uneasy. When the tempered vacuum sphere was crushed by the atmospheric pressure, he still reached out his claws. When he touched the powdery substance, he did not feel the touch of warm flesh and blood. Instead, he felt a wet and slippery touch from his fingertips. Despat suddenly realized that the situation was not normal, but it was too late. The powdery substance that had been bombarded by his spells suddenly exploded. A large amount of viscous liquid, like liquid amber, covered his whole body. A tall figure in a black robe appeared behind Despat out of thin air. The steampunk half-lich stretched out the arm of his mechanical artificial body and calmly chanted an activation spell. Ultimate secret technique, Amber Seal. When the spell took effect, the viscous liquid that covered Despat's body instantly solidified and enveloped the incarnation of the Lord of Hell. Amber Seal was originally a powerful sealing spell developed by Snade to deal with the Lord of the Abyss, the Tyrant Worm. Later, after studying the secret technique used by the Grand Vader to imprison Keys, he modified the magic amber summoned by this powerful spell into the artificial liquid that could seal a mutated dragon that was comparable to the Lord of the Abyss. An incarnation of the Lord of Hell was actually not much different from a demon lord or a mutated dragon. Since these two could be sealed, Snade believed that this spell could also be used to deal with Despat. As it turned out, his guess was correct. The desert elf, Brock, who had just attacked Despat, was actually just a bait. He had a magical item called the Escape Ruby on him. This kind of Escape Ruby existed in pairs. When Brock was in danger, the Escape Ruby on him would be activated and switch places with the other Escape Ruby that Snade and the others had hidden in the distance. Due to the unique material, they had to find 2 identical magic rubies, which led to the high cost of this magical item. Using the escape ruby to escape actually had a rather superior feature. Using it was much faster than using advanced transmission or portal spells. The scale of perpetual order never worried about money. Not only was Blatch wearing an escape ruby, but it was also not an ordinary one. There were 2 escape rubies that were exactly the same as the one he was wearing. Not only did it transfer Blatch to a safe place, but it also transferred the artificial amber bomb that was bound to the 3rd escape ruby. The result was needless to say. Although Sneyd guessed that the second Lord of Hell might be able to escape with his own strength, like keys, it would still take some time. During this time, no one said that they could not do anything to the second Lord of Hell. That's right, the scale of perpetual order never advocated one-on-one combat. Chapter 1029. In fact, less than a second after Despat was hit, he had performed a phase transfer along with the amber seal that enveloped his body. The destination of the teleportation was a cauldron that was 3 or 4 stories high. It was the Ogre Voodoo, Dr. Paru's #1 production pot, which was specially used to make voodoo potions. This pot usually boiled all day long because it was responsible for supplying goods to Puu's potion shop in Sigil City. And now, this pot was boiling a kind of medicine that looked like a thick brown soup. The medicinal liquid bubbled and bubbled. There was a special construct robot under the pot that checked the temperature of the electric furnace. Paru controlled a large stirring rod with a remote control and stirred continuously. The Ogre Voodoo Doctor was at least 500 yards away from the pot. There was a special ventilation and filtration magic array between the 2 that continuously absorbed the smoke rising from the #1 production pot and discharged it into the bottomless abyss. Apart from Paru, only the half-lich Sneider and the various undead creatures he created, or the wondrous craftsman Shay and his construct assistants dared to come to this factory where the pot was placed. In a sense, only they were unafraid of the poison. The amount of poison that was brewed from that pot was simply too much. In order to crush his uncle's business, Puu had almost monopolized the market share of the highly toxic potions in Sigil City, and almost all of these poisons were produced from the #1 production pot. Today, in order to take special care of Despat, the Lord of Hell, Puu had specially taken out a set of potion formulas from his uncle's collection. The venom gland of a demon-hunting spider, the tentacle of a bodiless monster, the venomous fangs of an abyssal WRM, the crystal of a centipede's death spray, the fragment of a sorcerer's staff, the tongue of a 330-year-old four-armed bat demon from the great abyss, the 4th layer of the bottomless abyss, the bone growth of a death-eyed tyrant, and a complete scale of an aged ancient hellfire dragon. According to Puu's personal notes, the potion brewed from these ingredients would be unbelievably strong. Even he had to drink it in moderation when he tasted it, as the slightest mistake could lead to death. As Puu was only immune to plant-based poisons and a small number of strange poisons, such complicated poisons were rarely sold in shops. Fortunately, the great engineer Shay had come up with a remote control system, and Paulu knew a special method of brewing voodoo poison, which allowed the potency of the poison to seep into the depths of the amber without affecting the amber sealing technique. Otherwise, even if they had such a potion formula, they would not be able to use it to entertain the Second Lord's avatar, Despat. He was immersed in the potion of the #1 production pot. It was not easy to observe him now. However, Sneyd, who was in charge of installing the ventilation and filtration arrays connected to the bottomless abyss, had placed a group of magic eyes and some clockwork scouts at the other end of the arrays. The smoke rising from the medicinal liquid in the cauldron was completely discharged into the territory of a secondary demon overlord. poo-woos the baler with the Lord. The baler a second Lord, fell to the ground. Baler. Other than the baler, who was still alive due to its powerful strength, the other weaker demons had all died from the poison. The Tana re-demons were known to be immune to poison, but even they could not directly face such a terrifying poison, and it was only a small amount of potion vapor. It could be inferred how speechless Despat, who was immersed in the #1 production pot, was now. If he still had the strength to speak, his first sentence would probably be, "Do a good deed and be human." However, there was indeed no human in the group responsible for dealing with him. After re-entering the soul-binding tower, Keys's golem avatar relied on its liquid metal characteristics to compress its volume to a few tenths of its original size. However, if he wanted to pass through smoothly, he had to rely on squeezing. After fusing with the true body of the flying insect lord, these passages more or less had a tendency to turn into flesh and blood. When Keys forcibly squeezed in, he would accidentally stimulate them, causing them to involuntarily convulse or contract. Because this golem avatar was his avatar, every time Keys took a step forward, he often had to experience the painful experience of exploding. Moreover, for some special reason, he could not use advanced teleportation. Fortunately, this two-way test did not last too long. After all, Keys had gone deep into the soul-binding tower with a team before, and he still remembered the road to the House of Gold. After a short sprint, he arrived at his destination. He found that the House of Gold had changed into another appearance. The tall and spacious underground culvert had disappeared, and was replaced by a scene like the stomach of a behemoth. The golden threads that were connected to the perfect soul prisms had been completely covered by flesh and blood. They were all vibrating rhythmically, as if they had been given life. The perfect soul prism that had been hanging on the gold thread had become a piece of frosted glass at this moment. It was no longer as glittering as before, and there was no sign of the brilliance of a life form that was similar to broken magic crystals at all. The floor of the House of Gold was covered with broken bones. Judging from the shape, most of them were left behind by the Tauren warriors, bugbears, and earth goblins that were enslaved by the wandering drow clans. Only a small number of bones looked like they were left behind by the dark elves. Their flesh and blood had been digested by Barzub, who had fused with the soul-binding tower, leaving behind only bones that did not have much nutrition. However, it seemed that for some reason, the Lord of the Flying Insects did not pack up the souls of these monsters and take them away. In the arcane vision of Keys's golem avatar, the bones were all glowing with a fluorescent green light. Almost every one of them had become an undead skeleton. Is Barzub unable to take away the souls of these guys, or is he simply keeping them as guards? After thinking for a while, Keys was more inclined to the former. He knew that the Lord of the Flying Insects probably did not know that the broken magic crystal that was born before the soul-binding tower had been reincarnated. Moreover, there was no need for Barzub to arrange for some skeletons to guard this House of Gold. In the face of a powerhouse that could go deep into the soul-binding tower, such guards were not enough. Therefore, the reason for the birth of these skeletons was obvious. This should be the protection that the tower spirit provided for itself. It seems that it has quite a firm control over its territory. Even Barzub, who had fused with the soul-binding tower, could not do anything to it. Keys was thinking about how to make use of this opportunity. Chapter 1030. That's a little calculating. Thanks to his observation of the Tower Genie and his speculation of its mentality, Keys was able to conclude that the Tower Genie was testing him from this doomsday graveyard. But it was understandable. The Tower Genie had successfully possessed Barzub, and it had deceived Barzub. If someone asked it to turn against Barzub now, it would be a little afraid. When Keys left the House of Gold, there were still some demons and demons in the place. But when Barzab arrived, they were all crushed to death by the winged insect lord. The souls of the demons returned to the 9 prisons of Bader, and the souls of the demons were lucky enough to return to the abyss. The remaining souls were all the Taurens, drows, and bugbears, striding into the House of Gold, which had accumulated a lot of dust in just one night. Keys's mystic golem avatar crushed the skull of an unknown Tauren with a crack. Sorry, but you really shouldn't have appeared under my feet. Quest's steps didn't stop as he boldly walked towards the perfect soul prism that was covered in dust. Instead, his words were filled with provocation. As for the Minotaur skull that had been crushed into pieces, it was no longer green in color and had turned deathly white. But the other skeletons beside it were even greener. The mystic golem walked step by step into the House of Gold, as if it was taking a stroll in the park. And the path it passed was covered with white bone powder and bone fragments, like a field of white thorns. However, on both sides of the path, the other skeletons that had absorbed the souls in the bones crushed by Keys were like grass that had been moistened by a drizzle, turning green. Not only that, as Keys got closer to the center of the House of Gold, the changes in the grass became more and more intense. The skeletons that were lying quietly on the ground and pretending to be dead now stood up of their own accord. They began to gather together, separating each other's skeletons and trying to knead each other's souls together. When these undead monsters began to gather together, the temperature of the entire House of Gold abruptly dropped by a lot. The tunnel connecting the cave to the outside world also emitted a strange whimper sound due to the influx of large amounts of air. Not long after, a horrifying humanoid undead made up of a few muscles, a large number of skeletons, and some mud stood in front of Keys. It had 4 thick, tentacle-like arms, and each arm was made up of ribs. Its lower body was made up of the lower bodies of several arachnids. On the right side of its body were a large number of skeletons of arachnids and bugbears. These skeletons hung on its body like a beehive. On the left side of its body, there was a carefully selected skull of a minotaur. Its horns were prominent, and steam could be seen coming out of its nostrils from time to time. If one did not look carefully, they would think that it was a crooked head. It doesn't have an official skull. Looking at the mutated skeleton before him, Keys could not help but have a thought. The tower spirit that caused its birth doesn't seem to be as indifferent as it appears. It obviously holds a grudge against Exion for almost having its consciousness taken away. Otherwise, it would have given its creation a skull. Of course, not having a skull did not mean that it did not have intelligence. At the very least, it didn't matter to the undead creatures whether they had a head or not. The head was just a symbol, but it was also due to this that the undead creature that had transformed into a terrifying appearance and gathered nearly 100 souls didn't attack immediately when it stood in front of Quest Golem incarnation made of adamantine and mithril. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Although it did not feel fear, it knew that, if it attacked, it would only be a matter of time before it was torn into pieces. After all, the order given by its creator was to stall for time. If the Essence Golem didn't make a move, then it would be happy to stare at Quest. It would just accompany him to the end. Interesting little trick. Keys looked at the creature for a few seconds and saw through it from the inside out. With the unique perspective of the quantum observer, he even understood the fluctuation of the soul fire in the undead creature's body. In a sense, this was how the undead creatures thought. However, I'm in a hurry today. It's urgent to talk to your creator. So, Keys scratched his head with his right index finger. The adamantium finger rubbed some flames on the outer wall of the furnace above his head. A gun barrel appeared on his left hand. The double-barreled, short-barreled gun called The wailing was the only gun Keys was familiar with. So with a thought, the golem transformed into a weapon that was the same shape as the wailing, but it was proportionally larger. "I'm sorry," Keys said in embarrassment. At the same time, the fingers of the golem did not stop. It pulled the trigger after the large-sized the wailing was formed. Of course, although it had yet to evolve into an adult megalosaurus, our protagonist had lived in the multiverse for almost 100 years. He was not the kind of young man who did not care about martial ethics and would not fire twice at close range with a double-barreled, short-barreled gun. Keys only pulled the trigger once, and amidst the explosion, a square piece of metal flew to the side of the undead monster that had just been created. Bang! Kacha! Clang! The sound of gunfire, the sound of the skeletal monster's body being blown apart, and the sound of it plowing the ground of the cavern after it was sent flying by a bullet that was about the same caliber as a cannonball due to the principle of conservation of momentum. As the smoke dispersed, at the end of the long gully lay the remains of a skeletal monster that had fallen on its back. Even if it was an undead creature that was pieced together from several kinds of remains, its current appearance was probably more in line with the meaning of remains compared to before. On its body, be it the beehive-like goblin bugbears and drow skeletons that covered its chest from its left shoulder down, or the huge minotaur skeleton on its right shoulder blade, everything had been reduced to dust. The green dots of light hovered above the wreckage, like fireflies hovering around it, and in the center of its chest was a metal cube that was fading from its red-hot color due to the drop in temperature. And because of the fading color, the metal cube revealed its original shape of a music box. Vroom, vroom, vroom. 3 consecutive sounds, like the prelude to an engine's roar, rang out. The music box began to play a very infectious melody. The music echoed in the cavern. Hearing the familiar music, Keys could not help but tiptoe to the rhythm. Chapter 1031. Powerful Golem, are you mocking me? The music lingered in the air for a long time. The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda, who had been hiding since yesterday, finally chose to show itself. Before its body was revealed, it used magic to express its dissatisfaction to Keys. That was why the cave was filled with such a question, accompanied by the rustling sound of falling bricks. A lynx-like creature with fur similar to an orange cat and 8 short, thick, muscular claws on its abdomen broke a passage in the wall on one side of the golden house and walked out slowly. It's hard to imagine that the gold-swallowing beast is an expert at digging holes. Looking at the gold-swallowing beast, named Cha-Cha, Keys's golem avatar nodded. With the help of the special perspective of the quantum observer, he was now certain that the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda had taken over the body of the gold-swallowing beast. Life always has to find a way out for itself. Hearing Keys's comment, the gold-swallowing beast replied with a double meaning. Although its throat and tongue could not speak human language due to the limitations of its biological structure, it still used magic to vibrate the air to simulate sound and tone. Indeed, affirming its reply, the essence golem's incarnation crouched down and tried its best to maintain the same height as it. Theoretically speaking, since you have been born and have the fait accompli of existing, you are indeed a special life form. Perhaps it was because it had taken over the body of the master cat, or because of its original personality. When it heard Keys's acknowledgement of its existence, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda remained indifferent. After it broke through the wall and walked back into the golden house, it had been lying on the ground, motionless. Fortunately, Keys in his previous life had seen a lot of cats that pretended to be cold and aloof. The way to arouse their interest was actually very easy. They were just pretending to be cold and aloof. As long as you touched something that they cared about, It could be dried fish, it could be a cat toy, or it could even be a half-grown kitten that they gave birth to. These fellows who were originally cold and aloof would immediately throw a tantrum. As for what the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda cared about, Keyes naturally had his own speculations. He had long noticed that even though the gold-swallowing beast on the ground was acting as if it had seen through the mundane world, it was actually looking at the two items in the house of gold from the corner of its eyes. One of them was naturally Keyes's exquisite golem incarnation. There was no need to doubt this. The other thing that caught the gold-swallowing beast's attention was the perfect soul prism placed in the middle of the cave, which had become like a large piece of frosted glass. With your ability, you won't be able to fix that crystal. Fixing a crack on it will make you weak for a long time. Before he could finish, 2 bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck the head of the Essence Devil statue, which was as hard as a forge. Keyes didn't even bother to block them. He allowed the 2 lightning bolts to strike him. He only moved his left hand. The scaled-up whaler's muzzle was pointed downwards at a blob of air. No, it was not that there was nothing. After Keyes raised his gun and aimed, there was a slight disturbance in the light and shadow. The tower genie, who had possessed the gold-swallowing beast, revealed its hidden form. The tower genie that was lying on the ground was just a phantom. Its value lay in its ability to imitate the real tower genie. The tower genie still remembered the fate of the spliced bones. Even if its body was as strong as iron, it was still nervous when facing the whaler's gun. I advise you to take care of yourself. Keyes gave it a mild warning before he continued what he had just said. Actually, you are not that unique. Believe me, this is not sarcasm. In fact, a long time ago, a life form that was highly similar to you was born in the multiverse. Its name was Clinchinian, but people usually call it broken crystal. It is said that it is an ancient relic of chaos and evil. The dark divine artifact was a foot-long, 4-sided crystal that stood upright like an icicle and constantly flashed with light. It was a wondrous object created by a group of 7 liches in a distant crystal wall system thousands of years ago. The creation process exhausted the lich's power. Clinchinian also stole the magical power that kept them immortal and used it as fuel for its own initial pulse of life. When they created Clinchinian, the liches even summoned a Baelor lord named Axelthew to assist them. However, that fellow threw the explosive power of Clinchinian back into the bottomless abyss. Axelthew thought that the broken crystal had been destroyed in the explosion, but hundreds of years later, he found traces of the broken crystal again. During that time, Clinchinian had already turned the owners of many worlds into tyrants and controlled many armies to carry out massacres to achieve its goal of destruction and self-destruction. Because he coveted the power of the divine artifact, Axelthew embarked on the path of searching for and controlling the broken crystal. His ending was quite a classic. The Baelor Lord was also controlled by the broken crystal, and like its previous owner, he too embarked on the path of self-destruction. However, after stirring up a few waves, the existence of Clinchinian was still discovered by the gods. According to legend, it was first found by the god of justice, Tyr. That great divine power used only one punch to completely shatter the broken crystal, which had already grown into the shape of a magic crystal tower. Then 7 kind-hearted liches and a blazing Templar took over the follow-up work. This combination was the exact opposite of 7 liches and a Baelor lord, and what they did was the exact opposite of creating the broken crystal. They worked together to deprive the broken crystal of all its power. Clinchinian was eventually destroyed, but its characteristics were still recorded in some arcane texts. looking at the gold-devouring beast that he was pointing at with the wailing one, and seeing the confusion, surprise, and other complex emotions in its eyes, Keyes knew that his words were effective. He did not keep it in suspense, and directly told the rest of the story in one breath. Clinchinian's power is a mystery, at least to the people of that era. As a special life form, it also has its own division into factions. Unsurprisingly, it belongs to the chaotic evil faction, and the power it absorbed before it committed evil was something that many kind-hearted people treasured, the light of the eternal blaze. According to arcane texts, every hour the broken crystal is exposed to the sun, it can absorb 12 energy levels, just like a warlock accumulating spellcasting energy. It can only store 144 energy levels at a time, and any more exposure will be useless. Every 2 hours, even if Clinchinian didn't use any spells, it would slowly dissipate 2 levels of energy, dissipating in the form of ordinary heat radiation. According to the will of the holder, Clinchinian can use the stored energy to create many magical effects. Although the magical effects can be retained at night, it can no longer create new magical effects after the sun sets below the horizon, and the energy it retains is gradually fading. Therefore, the best time to defeat Clinchinian is late at night, before dawn, when the light of the eternal blaze is about to shine on the earth. Clinchinian is actually at its weakest. Keyes raised the muzzle and stared at the tower genie that had possessed the gold-devouring beast with his flaming eyes. Just like you last night, the darker the night, the less you have the ability to resist fate. On the other hand, after dawn, the result is exactly the opposite. Chapter 1032. Thy power is rising, Quest said in a tempting tone. However, he was telling the truth. From last night to this morning, after a night of fighting and being hit by the messenger of peace of the scale of perpetual order, the insect lord had lost at least 1/3 of its power. Therefore, the suppression he had on the soul-binding pagoda spirit in his body was much weaker than when he first arrived. Not only that, but just as Quest had said, the tower genie also sensed that its mana, which had been slowly fading after nightfall, had gathered once more with the rise of the eternal blaze. In fact, it had even increased a little. At this moment, even the soul-binding pagoda spirit, who was born with a mechanized mind, couldn't help but feel excited. Maybe. However, you don't have much time left. Just in time, Keyes poured a bucket of cold water on it. However, his purpose wasn't to attack the pagoda spirit, but to arouse its sense of danger. Barzab is not an idiot who doesn't have any senses. In fact, with my arrival, the insect lord must have begun to face the many blind spots in its body. In other words, it has already discovered you. If I leave now, nothing needed to be said. Keyes didn't say any more threats. With the pagoda spirit's intelligence, it knew everything it needed to know. In that case, the pagoda spirit, whose head was pointed at by Keyes with the wailing, moved its 8 strong, thick legs and arched its back like a real cat. I have no choice but to cooperate with you now. It was still using spells to control the vibration of the air. However, when it cast the spell this time, the soul-binding pagoda spirit, who had taken over the body of the gold-swallowing beast, did something else. The muscles on the gold-swallowing beast were like tightly wound clockwork. When it loosened its muscles, it released a powerful kinetic energy. It shot out like a sharp arrow and waved its sharp claws. In an instant, a hole the size of an adult's palm was dug out on the wall of the cave. A creature with 2 claws and a body like a snake was hiding inside. Lindiria. Last night, Barzab had created tens of thousands of these creatures and relied on them to defeat more than half of the legion of the devil's biological weapons. Although most of the biological weapons of Lindiria and the Legion of the Devil had been destroyed by the Messenger of Peace, there were still a few Lindiria who survived. However, most of them had just been born not long ago and had not undergone rapid evolution. Therefore, Barzub had no use for this creature in the upcoming battle. Of course, they still had their uses. After Kiza's essence golem avatar crashed into the spirit-binding tower, the winged insect overlord immediately ordered some Lindiria to follow. Even though these Lindiria would not be able to fight the golem of mystery head-on, their small size made them less conspicuous. Therefore, they were very qualified to act as spies. The conversation between Keys and the spirit of the pagoda was clearly transmitted to the ears of these Lindiria. At the same time, these guys also passed the message to their creator. Controlling the body of the gold-swallowing beast, the spirit of the pagoda killed the Lindiria spy who was eavesdropping on the conversation. Then, it looked at Keys with its emerald-like eyes. "You're plotting against me?" In an instant, it understood the key point. It had just discovered the traces of the Lindiria because of Keys's reminder. The latter obviously already knew that there was an eavesdropper in the cave. The essence golem neither denied nor admitted. It only said as if it was stating a fact. What does that have to do with anything? Do you still naively think that you can resolve the conflict with that person? What Keys said was still the truth. He had been an honest megalosaurus since he was young. He had always disdained to lie to others. To this, the spirit of the pagoda could not refute. However, it immediately thought of another problem. "After saying so much to me, you just want me to stand on your side and create trouble for Barzub. I can agree to cooperate with you. However, you should also know that the best way for me to attack the flying insect lord is to re-enter the perfect soul prism and transform into the magical crystal life similar to Clinzinabin that you just mentioned. That way, I can restore part of the control authority of the pagoda and compete with Barzub, who is merged with the pagoda for a part of the control of the body. However, you just said that it is impossible for me to repair the damaged perfect soul prism." So, that's right, Keys interrupted its narration. Although the spirit of the pagoda spoke very quickly by using the vibrating noise in the air, it still retained its habit of applying logic to its words instead of using rhetoric. This made Keys feel that it was a waste of time. He had already figured out the logic. Otherwise, he would not have come here to meet with it. Like flowing water, the enlarged wailing beast in the left hand of the essence golem dissolved into his body. Then, a hole appeared in his left hand, revealing the sincere gift that Keys had prepared for this meeting. It was a hexahedral crystal, although there was only the fluorescent green soul light of the undead in the cave, and the red fire leaking from the furnace above the essence golem's head. The crystal still revealed a gorgeous color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. These were the colors of the spectrum, and also the secret colors hidden in the light of the eternal blaze. Another perfect soul prism. The spirit of the pagoda vibrated the air and spoke. It had tried its best not to show its emotions, but the short burst of air still exposed its current mood. "I may be able to enter it, but what's the use of that? And it's much smaller than the one that Barzub prepared. The space for me to perform is... This is the blazing sun crystal." Keys once again interrupted the spirit of the pagoda's logical analysis. "The perfect soul prism is just the raw material to make it. Don't tell me that you don't feel the difference between it and the perfect soul prism." After that, Keys did not say anything else. He stood up straight, and the right hand of the essence golem punched forward. The arm made of adamantine, and Mithril punched the air with a bang. At the same time, following his action, the perfect soul prism at the center of the cave that had been modeled and damaged, completely shattered, falling into pieces all over the ground. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Keyes looked down at the spirit of the pagoda, who was a little confused by his sudden action, and then threw the blazing sun crystal in his left hand to the original position of the perfect soul prism. The golden threads that were connected to the original perfect soul prism seemed to have found their backbone again as they whooshed over and reconnected to the blazing sun crystal that Keyes had thrown over. At the same time, the blazing sun crystal immediately emitted a dazzling light, as if there was a small sun in the cave. Chapter 1033. Bathing in the sun's rays, the gold-eater beast, which was possessed by the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda, closed its eyes in comfort. It could feel that the blazing crystal was compatible with itself. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Keyes lowered his head and looked at the gold-eater beast, once again tempting it with the obvious facts. The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda could not let go of this opportunity. Just as it already knew, Barzab already knew of its existence through the spies of Lindiria. When everything was settled, and the insect lord was still alive, he would definitely not let go of the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda, which had once deceived death. I'm willing to try once, but what should I do? For the first time, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda used simple words to ask Keyes. It's very simple. A crack appeared on the face of Keyes's enigmatic golem, which looked like smiling lips. Previously, you helped a drow mage create a prism warrior, and just now you killed a young Lindiria with your own hands. I'm sure you can see the shadow of the prism warrior in those little insects. Their birth was also due to Barzab's theft of your research results. Now, you might as well be bolder. I've already prepared a crystal to store the core for you. With it, you can cast spells as easily as before. I suggest that you try to create a new body for yourself after occupying the blazing crystal. Keyes' meaning was very direct. He hoped that the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda would directly refine him into a prism warrior after he regained his strength. That's impossible. The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda flatly refused at first, then began to state its reason. Powerful golem, I don't know how you know that I've created a prism warrior, but I'm sure you don't know that to create such a warrior, I don't just need magic energy. To put it more simply, even if I recover all my spellcasting abilities, it's extremely difficult to create flesh and blood out of thin air, and it'll take twice the effort for half the result. Moreover, even if I were to disregard everything and refine a prism warrior in the end, so what? Do you think that with a prism warrior as an assistant, you can defeat the powerful Barzab? Unless. This time, Keyes did not interrupt it. Instead, it stopped talking, because the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda suddenly had an epiphany and figured out the key to the information revealed by the mystery golem. It seemed that they did not lack high-quality flesh. What do you mean? The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda hesitated. That's right. The essence golem nodded. After fusing with the spirit-binding tower, everything here has been soaked in the flesh and blood of the winged insect overlord. What I want you to do is to try your best to create a prism warrior based on the spirit-binding tower. In other words, I hope that you can become a malignant tumor on the overlord of flying insects' body and become an equal to it. The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda imagined that there would suddenly be a gigantic prism warrior in Barzab body, and it would continuously attack its original host cruelly and mercilessly. This was not only a real blow to the Lord of Hell, but also a slap to the face of the Lord of Hell. However, if the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda really killed Barzab, then the Lord of Hell's face would not be so important. The essence golem made a please gesture. The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda controlled the body of the metal-swallowing beast and slowly walked towards the place where the light of the blazing crystal shone. As it got closer to the sparkling crystal, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda felt warmer and warmer. It was excited by the vast power it felt. Of course, in addition to being excited, it also felt a little hesitant. However, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda soon forgot about this feeling. Just as Keys said, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda gave up on this opportunity, then it would have to face the terrifying Barzab alone in the future. What was worse was that he might have to face Kith, who was even more terrifying than the winged insect overlord. The spirit of the soul-binding pagoda did not need any guidance. After deciding to take a gamble, it immediately knew what to do. It opened its mind and felt the light of the eternal blaze. When the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda was about a dozen yards away from the blazing crystal, the body of the metal-swallowing beast began to change. This lynx-like creature with 8 stubby legs began to tremble uncontrollably. As it trembled, its orange fur and the bright red flesh underneath started to fade away layer by layer. It was as if it was being tortured. However, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda did not make a sound. It was unknown whether the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda was using its powerful willpower to endure the pain, or whether it had sealed off its senses, or whether it was not painful at all. When the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda finally reached the vicinity of the blazing crystal, its appearance as a metal-swallowing beast had completely faded away. However, the fur and flesh that had fallen off did not leave any stains. As they fell off, they turned into specks of light and floated back to the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda. Thus, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda had become a virtual creature made up of billions of specks of light. The specks of light continued to shine like billions of miniature stars, forming a hazy nebula that looked like a metal-swallowing beast. Like a cat that was chasing after a butterfly, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda leaped up from below the blazing crystal and touched the crystal that was being pulled by thousands of golden threads. Like fireworks that had been scattered, the specks of light suddenly broke into a cloud of smoke. Perhaps the light around the blazing crystal was too bright, but the cloud of smoke could still be seen at first, but it gradually melted into the light. It was as if it had proved a famous idiom, dust and light. Seeing this, Keys's essence golem avatar did not stay any longer and strode out of the cave. Everything that needed to be set up had been set up. Although there were no restrictions in the blazing crystal that he gave to the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda to gain its trust, Keys believed that as long as the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda still had its intelligence, it would be able to assess that cooperation was the best choice. Thus, Keys did not hesitate and did not wait here for it to transform into a gigantic prism warrior. Instead, he prepared to walk out of the soul-binding pagoda and begin the finishing work of this battle. In the entire cave, there was only a bright and dazzling blazing crystal, and a music box embedded in a broken skeleton that was playing impassioned music on its own, as if to celebrate the birth of a powerful life form. Chapter 10:34. In the realm of equality, fists as large as Urban's cannons flew up and down. The 2 goblin gods, Hrughek and Kugobiag, had been hammered by the iron fists of equality until they wanted to cry but had no tears. No one used divine spells, no one used spells, no one used psychic powers, and no one could summon helpers. It was simple and unadorned, without any fancy tricks. It was purely a competition of fists. The brawny ogre Neru, who had just been promoted to a demigod and could be said to be a rising star among the gods, let the 2 goblin gods, who were much older than him, experienced the feeling of being beaten again. The only thing that comforted the two gods was that this realm of equality had a time limit. Because Nera's status was much lower than the two of them, the time it lasted was really not long. It was only half an hourglass. During this period of time, except for standing still and being beaten because they did not react in time at first, the two gods had taken emergency measures, such as wandering, flying kites, and sacrificing their fellow Taoist, but not me. They had survived the long half an hourglass. Although each of them had serious injuries when they left the realm of equality and could use divine power to heal their bodies, they were all so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. It's not easy. Nero, like them, walked out of the realm of equality almost at the same time. As soon as he returned to the real world, this tall and brawny ogre fell into the sea with a bang. The splash of water caused a tsunami in the local area. Nero did not use divine power to levitate himself in the air. He just fell into the sea and let the sea water go over his head. The battle that belonged to him was over. Even though the brawny ogre loved blood-boiling battles, he was not brainless. Now that both sides could use the power of divine spells, he was no longer a match for the two goblin deities. Now, what he needed to do was to escape. The reason why he chose to swim under the surface of the sea instead of flying in the air was that he wanted to make space for others to fight. Just as the two gods were using divine spells to repair their avatars' broken bones and bleeding, a powerful being who had remained invisible since the arrival of Key's mithril golem also revealed his ferocity. The great calamity and disaster both moved. This powerful abomination of fire, Phaeton, who had been attached to the body of the old ghost goddess Kaji Luna, immediately burst out with light blue flames and pounced on the two goblin avatars, enveloping them. The blazing flames contained blasphemous divinity and divine power. Phaeton's roasting caused large and small blisters to appear on Hrughek and Kogobia's skin. Their mouths, ears, eyes, nostrils, eye sockets, the flames slowly flowed and squeezed into their bodies from every orifice that could be found on their bodies. The god of the bugbear goblin, Hrughek's situation was slightly better. He could at least take out a magic artifact made of an unknown creature's skull and buckle it on his head to resist the erosion of the flames. However, the god of goblin slavery was not so lucky. Being oppressed by the legion of the devil for an entire night, being baptized by the messenger of peace, and being beaten up for half an hourglass in the realm of equality all consumed part of Kogobia's power. Therefore, when he was attacked by the abomination of fire, his avatar was actually extremely weak. Soon, with an unknown insult, the precious avatar of the god of goblin slavery for a weak divine power, every avatar was an important treasure, was completely turned into a burning torch with a bang. As the flames continued to burn, the divine spark that he had injected into this avatar could not withstand and was forcibly annihilated. Killing a god's avatar was definitely something worth celebrating for the abomination of fire. Although it was not an easy victory, Phaeton's morale was high. He continued to incite the flames to burn Hrughek. "Save me," the god of the bugbear goblin roared. It was a pity that Mephisto and Disbat, who were supposed to be on the same side as him, were unable to free themselves. The former was being ganged up on by a group of Seraphim Templar Jansen, and a group of Seraphim Templar for sneaking an attack on Quess, while the latter was being stabbed in the back by the scales of the Eternal Order Chamber of Commerce. He was carelessly placed in a pot with added ingredients and kept boiling because of that. At the scene, other than Barzab, who was too busy looking after himself, there was only Keys, who had just walked out of the spirit binding tower. The young blue dragon's goblin incarnation twisted its neck vividly and glanced at the god of earth spirit bear, who was frantically crying for help. Then a crack appeared on its head that had several furnaces on it, as if it was smiling. I've heard that material planes nourished by the ashes of a god's avatar will become very fertile. Good things come in pairs. Since Kagobia Pavilion has already done so, you can accompany him with peace of mind. After saying that cracks that resembled shark gills appeared on the surface of the goblin incarnation's body in many places, the liquid mithril in its body had completed its self-molding and turned into a high-power propulsion engine that could eject gas. With a treasure that he had once obtained, Keyes could extract large amounts of gas and fuel from the elemental plane of Earth by sacrificing gems. With this set of additional power assistance system, under the effect of levitation magic, the goblin incarnation, which was already extremely light, instantly became more agile than a goshawk and more swift than a falcon. Quess immediately leapt into the air, his finger parallel to Barzub's face, grabbing the dragon-headed warhammer hammer that he had left outside the soul-binding tower to perform circumcisions on the winged insect liege's true body, as if it was continuously applying the hoop curse. Long time no see. I think you also miss that old friend of yours. As he spoke, Keyes exerted force on the dragon-head warhammer that was about to bind Barzub into a Michelin model. A large part of Barzub's skin was cut open by the sawtooth on the handle of the hammer. After being ganged up on by several parties, Barzub's current state of mind was not very clear due to the effects of some follow-up magic. Furthermore, his mouth was also stuck by the sawtooth handle of the dragon head warhammer, so he could not say anything even if he wanted to. However, the gaze that he looked at Keyes was not fake. It was a kind of coldness with a strong sense of sarcasm. Previously, he had been attacked by two lords of hell, two avatars of gods, and Keyes, a powerful goblin incarnation whose strength could not be seen clearly, but he had still managed to survive. Now, the parties that had the momentum to form an alliance had already broken up, and only Keyes was still hanging around in front of him. So what if I have a sharp blade on me? Once I recover, I'll deal with a goblin like you? Isn't that? However, at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 10:35. What a strange sight it was. At this moment, even evil demons who were used to seeing all sorts of restricted scenes in places like the 9 hells of Bartholomew, the scorching inferno, and the bottomless abyss were surprised by what was happening to Bartholomew. Keyes had just cut a new wound on the Lord of Hell's waist with his dragon head warhammer. Normally, with such a wound, Barzub would be able to heal it in a few breaths, even if he was tired. However, just as the granules on the edge of the wound were clinging and entangling with each other, an extremely strange head suddenly rushed out of the wound in a frenzy without caring about anything else. It looked like an alien that had broken out of the body, but it also looked like a descendant that had been cut open from the belly button of the insect lord. However, from the strangeness of its appearance, it looked like an evil creature that would devour the body. There was no doubt that this evil creature was the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda that Keyes had personally instigated. With the help of the blazing sun crystal, its spellcasting ability had been restored. In the end, it had even created this strange prismatic creature. I thought you would create a prismatic warrior, but you ended up with something like this. Keyes shook his head. No matter what, the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda had fulfilled its promise. Forget it. I'll just treat it as a surprise for Barzub. Keyes continued to tighten his grip on the dragon head warhammer. He could already feel the insect lord struggling. It was obvious that even a powerful lord of hell would not be able to remain calm when such a strange creature suddenly appeared in its body. He was frightened by this scene. What was worse was that the creature with the head of a lynx for pairs of claws and a tail that was connected to a certain part of its body like a Linda worm kept struggling to crawl out. Barzub could feel his body rapidly weakening. This prismatic creature created by the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda shook its huge body and shook off some of the flesh and blood attached to its body, all of which were the insect lord's flesh and blood, revealing a body of pitch-black scales. Bathed in the light of eternal blaze, the soul-binding tower's spiritual power was rising rapidly as if it had inexhaustible strength. Barzub! Its body continued to wriggle upward, and its head turned more than 90 degrees. It glared at the Lord of the Flying Insects. I think that today is the best day to commemorate your death. Roar. After saying those provocative words, the binding spirit pagoda spirit suddenly raised its head and let out a roar similar to a dragon's roar. Several bolts of lightning as thick as carriage wheels suddenly shot out from its mouth. Peepa, 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 all of the lightning struck Barzub, the deep purple electric snakes slithering around his body. Large patches of charred flesh appeared on his body after fusing with the soul-shackling tower. Even though he didn't cry out in pain, judging from the severity of his injuries, it wasn't easy for him to survive the lightning strikes. After all the defensive spells on Barzub's body had been erased, and he could only rely on his body to resist the lightning bolts. Not only that, the soul-binding pagoda spirit still didn't give up on attacking Barzub after its successful attack. Of course, it didn't want to miss this opportunity, but more importantly, it was because of its hatred for the insect lord. Previously, Barzub had tricked it when the insect lord was just born. It used all kinds of spells to bombard Barzub, and at the same time used its extremely flexible body to quietly restrain half of the insect lord's body from bottom to top. Barzub's body had been bound by two types of bindings, including the sawtooth handle of the dragon warhammer and the long worm-like prism creature. If someone who didn't know the situation was present, they would think that this guy was into some kind of unhealthy game. Of course not. Barzub's miserable state could no longer be described with conventional words. This was beyond the definition of game. It was as if he was suffering from 2 layers of dismemberment. That's right, 2 layers. The dragon head warhammer's sawtooth handle rained in his body, tearing apart his tendons and muscles. The red rays that shot out from the prismatic creature's eyes turned into all kinds of evocation spells. This was a bit similar to Clinton's Inabon, except for some enchantment spells. When the magic crystals were cast, they would shoot out red rays and constantly ravage the wounds on his body. When the wounds opened up, the prismatic creature that the soul-binding pagoda spirit had transformed into would accurately bite the wounds and swallow a large piece of the Lord of Hell's flesh. In a very short time, the insect lord's body was ravaged and became much thinner. It was not only because of the 2 layers of restraints, but also because of the bombardment of spells and the prismatic creature's devouring of flesh and blood. Blood flowed and dripped from various parts of Barzub's body. The crimson blood would turn into evil-looking diamonds when it fell into the sea. If an ordinary creature came into contact with them, it would not take long for them to fall and transform into the Batsu Devil. However, because of the all-night battle, there were no ordinary creatures in the sea. Moreover, if these blood diamonds were properly collected and transported to the Sigil City to be sold, they would probably fetch a sky-high price. In theory, the more Barzub bled, the more blood that the scale of perpetual order could recover after a period of time. Enough. In the end, Barzub's fear of death still triumphed over his morbid pride after suffering from 1,000 cuts. He returned to his original appearance and no longer wasted his magic power to cover up the curse that the Lord of 9 Hell's Astamors had cast on him. This Lord of Hell turned into the slug that made him famous. Bloated layers of fat began to appear out of thin air on his body, piling up and filling up the numerous wounds that were torn and bitten. 2 soft, snail-like antennae drilled out of the top of his head and drooped down. His skin began to secrete a highly toxic and corrosive mucus. Even the dragon head warhammer, with a sharp sawtooth handle, began to slip Come out! Barzab roared. At this time, his face no longer had the handsome appearance of a fallen angel. There were too many wrinkles on his face. Instead, it looked like the head of a Neapolitan dog covered in a large amount of pustules and mucus. Barzab's appearance was extremely ferocious. When he roared, a forked tongue with spikes protruded from the gaps between his serrated teeth. He exerted force and temporarily expanded the 2 chains that bound him. Then he freed his 2 arms and was able to grasp the body of the prismatic creature that the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda had transformed into. His claws pierced deeply into the scales of the prismatic creature, but he did not tear it apart. Instead, he wrapped it around his wrist twice and then tried to pull it out of his body. However, how could Keyes let him have his way? Before preparing for the final battle with Barzab, when he instigated the spirit of the soul-binding pagoda to rebel, he also buried another secret weapon. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.